So we got chapter 1137 here. Shamrock takes the stage. You read the title, right, at the beginning of streams. What did you think of when you saw Shamrock?
I was confused. I was because I think so in Viz it says introducing Shamrock.
Yeah.
That would have been way more. I would have probably sat there and be like, introducing Shamrock is like, and then I would be like, is this the other guy? Like, is this like the man,
Off the
the
coast.
shadow guy,
Yeah.
or Colin's dad, or like whatever mystery character? But I think it's like Shamrock taking the stage. That was what the title I read was. I was like, what stage? What are we talking about? I was just all around confused. I
Yeah.
was Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the stage meant. I was like, I guess Elbaph, and I was like, okay, so we're getting like a new character or like a new name. Like, what's what's? And then I went back and I was like, Shamrock, isn't that like Irish? Like, isn't that like
Yeah.
that's something? It didn't hit me until like later when I read the thing. I was like, oh no, this is definitely like Lucky Charms type shit, right? So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. On the one I read, it just said Shamrock appears. And I was like, more like over it too. So it's like, dude, who the hell is Shamrock? I
Oh,
really did think it was Colin's dad. I was like, oh, like, I guess Colin's dad is like just a new person. I had no
yeah.
idea like who Shamrock was.
Yeah, I was just like, all right, taking the stage. I guess we're gonna find out later.
Yeah.
And
Could
then
just
I
be
was like,
another
oh,
giant.
but it could just be a title. It could just be like some random shit. And then I went back. Oh. Then I went back to the last chapter because sometimes the chapters like consecutively relate to like a
Yeah.
certain character or certain thing. So the last one was like awaiting the sun god. And so I was like, okay, maybe this is related to Loki, like something Loki related to Shamrock. And but I not really, I guess, like sort of, I guess, in context, but not related to Loki like that. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Could have been
very
like a flashback
interesting.
character.
I did feel dumb afterwards though. Like once I got the reveal, I was like, oh, I didn't even like consider that like it would just be the guy's Stab's name. Wait, how about
Yeah.
this? Do you like? Okay, I mean we're gonna go there later, but like now that we see the name and it's the title, do you like Stabs or do you like Shamrock?
I like both.
Yeah, Stabs kind of grew on me.
Yeah, Stabs
It,
really grew on me for a while. But Shamrock is good too.
yeah, it's
Because I
definitely
just like The
good.
Rock, right? Like Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. If you guys have tuned into one of Syvduck streams, you'd know about The Rock.
Nothing but The
The
Rock
greatest,
glaze 24/7.
yeah, the greatest defender. You even watched like a documentary on it, and I was
Yeah,
like, what
on
the
stream we
heck?
watched like multiple documentaries about The Rock, which I mean now it's all paid off with Shamrock coming into the story.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. I just find it funny that like as a community, we just like made up names, and like they were really memeified. But I mean, this one's this one's good. I just like, I mean, we talked a little bit in the DMs, but and I think a few people mentioned on stream, but like there's a possibility this is like a naming scheme that's related to either the Holy Knights or Celestial Dragons or slash the Figarlands, and
yeah.
that'd be really cool if that is the case. But yeah, we'll get more into the sham of the Figarland family later on.
That loser Shanks, huh?
Hey, yeah. Oh,
So we got the cover page story, and we see Yamato and Tama, and they're peeking their heads through who's house or his base of operations, and we see that who's people here. Which at first I thought that they just got cat ears randomly, but it turns out,
yeah.
I went back and who's guys actually just always had cat ears. It's like Kuma, right? It's just part of their hair. Sometimes it's fake. We don't really know. But the
Yeah.
one new thing about these guys is that they have kimonos. They have they're wearing Wano attire. So what did you
To
think
fit
about
in.
this?
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of one of those ones where it's just like, all right, people, more people. I guess infiltrating just means looking through a window, but fine. But me, I was just like, I looked at the three guys. I was like, wow, these guys, like, Asai's gonna tell me their names. I'm gonna feel like
No,
a
no,
fake
no.
fan. And I was like, watch, these guys' names are Bingo, Bongo, and like Chalupa. And then someone, like, the chat was like, wait a second, is this Bingo and Bongo and Bungo? And I was like, are those real characters? And then they're like, yeah, those are the guys in Hiyori's flashback where she like swindled them. And they're like, wait, these kind of look like Bingo and Bongo a little bit, like from memory.
So
And I
what's
was like,
happening is that they're
no.
lying to you.
Yeah, and then I was like, no way, this is Bingo Bongo Bungo. And then I googled it, and then it's like the one that I did look up kind of looked like the guy on the right, but yeah, the rest of them didn't line up. And I was like, dude, that'd be so wild if I just like randomly named random things that came to mind, and one that they'd be One Piece characters, but then two also Wano characters, and three characters that could be like in this position. And yeah, it's just like, because like it's not just Bingo, like those could have been like, I don't know, people under Hyogoro or something, and then it wouldn't make sense for them to be here. But those are people scammed by Hiyori that could actually be here because they were with like Denjiro slash like the other, paying their dues or whatever. So that was just funny. But other than that, this cover story is kind of just like, all right, what's next?
No, no, no. I think this is massive. So we can gather a
Oh,
lot just by looking at them. So I don't know if you
oh.
noticed this, but they're all looking at one direction. One guy also has his finger out and he's pointing in that direction as well.
And we know
And
that One Direction broke up, and recently
no,
one of
no,
the
this is
members
serious,
died.
Par. They're looking
Oh,
at
yeah,
something
one of the members
important,
dying is serious.
and
Okay.
they're smiling.
Uh-huh.
So there's a chance that whatever they're looking at brings them pleasure.
Okay, define pleasure. I don't like the way you
Euphoria.
use that word.
Euphoric. A feeling of euphoria.
Uh, this is not going down. There's
No, no, maybe
okay.
they're like looking at sun god Nika.
Oh, see, that's very specific. I'm glad I probed the question here. You went from pleasure boy to euphoric boy to straight up sun god Nika boy. Okay, so they're not talking to who's who. They're pointing at sun god Nika. That's on not Loki, not Luffy, not Joy Boy, not Momo, not Kaido. Like,
No, no, Part. This is the Church of Who's Who. They're looking at a
okay.
depiction of Sun God Nika. They're listening in on Who's Who's story. They're having a lot of fun.
Oh, now they're listening to a story that who's who had. Okay,
They're listening
okay,
and looking. Par, come on, use your head a little bit.
okay,
Who's
okay.
Who
Well,
is reading a bedtime story to these guys about Sun God Nika?
okay, bedtime story in the middle of the day. Okay, okay.
You don't know their sleep schedule.
Oh, you're right. They might be insomniacs like me and you. You just woke up, right? So like, yeah, they might have just binged League of Legends for the last
15 days and they're ready.
yeah,
They're
yeah,
ready to go
yeah.
to bed.
Yeah, what rank are they, do you think?
This is an iron lobby for sure.
There was a two birds one stone question. Do you think that they're like actual like strong like
No.
people in okay. So like these are characters Yamato can knock out Conqueror's Hockey, no doubt.
Yeah, yeah, these guys are just losers.
Got it, got it, got it. Do you think Oda will give Yamato that like uh I don't know what the word would be, like the feat of like Yamato's looks into the thing and then they spot her and then she just like, all right, Tama, close your eyes or something. Like, Tama, focus up. And then Yamato just blasts Conqueror's Hockey and knocks everyone out in the building, except for like who's who, because he's like the main person here. It would be kind of lame if he got knocked out too. Do you think Oda's gonna do that?
I think he could. I mean, that's the easiest way to get rid of these guys, right?
Yeah, like that's I just want Oda to just like like how we've been talking about how some things are just sped up for the sake of just speeding it up and like we don't need to see all this stuff. Like that's one of the ways you can just speed this up. Oh my god, a thousand a fortress full of 1,000 warriors and they spotted Yamato and Yamato just the whole thing's just nuked with Conqueror's Hockey and they're just all knocked out. And now we just cut through without like fighting, without Tama getting held hostage, and then we talk to Who's Who. We see him doing the Sun God Nika dance. Do you think he knows the dance?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, in his little silhouette image, he did like the little pose.
But he could just think that's like Running Man, right? He could just like so many people have debated whether Colin was just running off to see his dad or he was striking up the Nika pose out of like instinct, out of giant DNA, right? So it could be mistaken as just a run. Maybe
Nah, not
in
who's who. He's
who's
too
who?
smart for that.
Oh, he's smart now. Okay. All right, cool. I like that. I like who's who support. Some people would say it's Glaze, other people would say combat his intelligence, but I agree with you. Who's got admitted into Cypher polls, so he has to be somewhat smart, right?
Yeah, and then he became a Tobi Ropo afterwards. I mean, who's who is that guy? He just
Wait,
had the unfortunate.
why
Oh,
is
what's
the
up?
Toby Ropo like an IQ test? Like that doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, he was like almost like the de facto leader of the Tobi Ropo. He was taking
Oh,
charge.
okay.
But I was about to say he just
Yeah.
had the unfortunate pleasure to run up against Shanks and then Jinbei. Like
Ah,
like if we
ah.
gave who's who more time to train, I feel like he would have been a menace.
Wait, I have a question. Do you think who's who, like, okay, who's who versus Frankie?
Who's who versus Frankie? That's a rough one, huh? Because Frankie
Yeah, like,
beat Sasuke decently, but Frankie didn't really fight in his normal body. He just fought in general Frankie. So by the time he left, he was still pretty good.
yeah, like some of the sometimes you just feel like, okay, these matchups like do matter. Like I would have put him against Jinbei because he is strong, but at the end of the day, like Toby Ropo, so it's like, I wonder. Like Black Maria is the weakest, right? Like one of the weakest.
Black Maria, I would assume
Yeah.
so, but I feel like feet wise, like she looked kind of crazy, bro.
Yeah. So like does Robin Demonio Floor does that beat who's who, you think? Or does do you think she gets a cipher pull trauma against who's who? She's like like Water 7 when she like froze up against CP9. She's like, oh, I sense their gaze." And then like, do you think that happens against who's who?
Oh, I hope not. That'd be so annoying.
Yeah, that would be. It's like a Detective Conan thing. That always reminded me of Detective Conan. I was like, dang, did Oda get that from there? There's a character that's very similar to Robin, essentially, and she always freezes up when their version of Cypher Pole comes into play. Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
no, I mean, I don't mind if Robin did it like back in Enies Lobby, but now that we're here in Wano, Egghead, Elbaph, it's like, nah.
Yeah, yeah. So
We're
who's
past
who's
that.
like considerably strong? Do you think? Okay. Here's the thing.
I like
Here's
how
the
we're just
thing. Like,
power scaling the Tobi Ropo.
I mean, we do like it is kind of relevant if their characters are going to be continued to like come into play. Like, and we talked about how Who's Who is one of the characters in Wano that's like makes sense to kind of bring into the loop because he was there with the Shanks and Devil Fruit, and that's timeline wise, we're getting more and more context about why that moment in time was so relevant, considering like what happens later in the chapter. But with Who's Who, right? He was like rivals with Lucci. Lucci comes back in the story. He's awakened. Do you think Oda is gonna like, yeah, like Yamato can clap everybody in this building, but what if Who's Who awakened
I don't
post
think he
fight?
will.
Ooh, that'd be crazy, right? Like if Who's Who shows up with a awakened saber tooth because he realized like, I don't know, something against the Jinbei fight. He's like, you're right. I shouldn't be racist. Or I don't know, some kind of realization about like Kaido and Nika and Luffy, and he just awakens. And now we have a awakened saber tooth tiger versus like mythical Zoan wolf. That would be kind of cool, right?
Uh, it could be. I just can't see who's who awakening though.
Uh,
Do you
dude,
like
that.
saber-tooth tigers?
Oh, I love. Come on, Ice Age. Like,
Oh, that's why. That explains so
yeah.
much about your personality.
Okay. You can't be an Ice Age hater. Come
No,
on,
no,
bro.
it all makes sense now. Yeah, I didn't like Ice Age that much.
You're
What was the guy?
no,
What was it? What was the tiger's name in that movie? Moriarty.
no. Wasn't Moriarty? I forget what the name was.
You didn't even know the
There's
guy's
a-
name.
It's been like 15
You
years
just
since
call
I
him the
last.
Ice Age Tiger, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you take
mean,
after who's who. You're racist. All I'm saying.
um,
It's like when who's who looked at Jinbei, just called him a fish man.
hold on, the mammoth's name. What was his name?
Wasn't it like Eddie or something?
It was something with a Y at the end. Manny,
Oh,
I
Manny.
think.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
Manny,
yeah.
there's Sid, and
Sid.
then there's the tiger, which I just
Come
don't
on, bro.
remember.
You can't not like. We're both Sid embodied. We're literally just Sid.
No, I like to imagine him like the iceberg that just melts.
It didn't just melt. It was the squirrel. The squirrel
Oh
did it.
yeah, the squirrel, the nameless squirrel. I forgot about that one. Yeah.
That's my favorite.
I hated
Like
that.
that's the best like extinction theory. It was just a squirrel fighting a nut. Like all the scientists and like, oh, the ice cast. Nope, it was just a squirrel, brother. Like that's just
I
so
wonder how many
funny to
people here
me.
have watched Ice Age before.
Ice Age is like the sleeper Lion King. Like
No, it
it's
isn't.
yes, it is. Everyone's watched Ice Age.
Nobody has.
Everybody,
There's
dude.
three Ice Age movies and they weren't good.
Okay, they got worse over time, sure, but the first one, iconic.
I don't even remember the first one's plot.
It's in the title. It's called Ice Age. There's
Yeah, but
no
what the hell happens in Ice Age 2 and Ice Age 3?
that. Okay, see, that's why I said the rest of them don't matter as much as the first one. The first one's kind of
Okay,
the
Part,
best
that's like
one.
if me and you had a movie called The Apocalypse, and then we have a sequel where it's called The Apocalypse 2, The Apocalypse
not.
3. It's
No,
like,
it's not.
okay, like, I mean, what happens in the second one if they survive the
No.
first?
No. That's not the same thing because there were multiple ice ages. That's a thing.
Yeah,
There was
but
multiple.
there's no way that Manny and the gang would have survived to see both and all three of them.
Hey, me and you.
The
in
timeline
our
doesn't
world,
match.
we might be seeing the onset of an ice age. We might be going through it, and that's the cool thing, right? Right?
See,
This movie
this is why
prepared us.
Par's a huge Who's Who fan. Whenever Par has like a crazy agenda that he wants to push, like Who's Who being so powerful that he can defeat all of Wano and that he's awakened,
What?
ask
I
Par.
didn't say all of
ask
Wano.
Par the basic questions. Oh, why do you like Who's Who? And then he'll bring up Ice Age, and then it'll all
I
just
never
make sense. The dominoes will fall into place.
I never said I liked Tusu. I never said he'd defeat all of Wano. I
You're
never even said
wearing
he.
saber-toothed tiger fur. Yeah, you like Who's Who.
Wait,
You're
that
repping the
wouldn't have-
gang. You know what? You might be bingo, bongo, and bingo.
Yeah, wouldn't it me wearing saber-tooth tiger fur mean that I don't like saber-tooth tigers?
I wouldn't
I
say
don't know.
so. It's like a hunter having a bear rug, but they like bears, but they just they just got the fur on the floor.
Yeah, but like you're okay. So, but like you're saying, wait, hold on. So I hunted saber-tooth tigers. I'm wearing them, and that somehow means that I think that he can defeat all of Wano. Where did that part come from?
I think it's
didn't even say he
projection.
could be. How is that-
You probably extreme dipped the saber-tooth tiger, and now you're projecting.
What?
Yeah, you see yourself as Yamato. You're like, yeah, Yamato's gonna go extreme dip. Yes, saber-tooths are hard to kill. You're like shaking in your boots right now, just thinking about fighting a tiger.
Saber-tooth tigers, kind of sick. All I'm gonna say.
I don't
Do you
think,
think
so.
that-
Like, apparently their tusks were like not even beneficial to them, really, right?
I mean,
that's a
no
key reason why
tusks.
they went extinct.
I don't know about that, but in general, any of the keratin horn creatures, they can not rarely, but sometimes become a detriment to, like sheep, like
Yeah.
ram, like their horns can swirl into their
kill 'em.
skull, yeah, and impale themselves. And I'm like, okay, that's just
And same with
bad
deer,
design.
and that's why they have to constantly like rub their heads against trees and bark.
Yeah. So I think like saber-tooth, I mean, I don't know about saber-tooth tigers, but I would assume that teeth are easier because like you can grind down your own teeth. Like that's what
Yeah.
some animals do. That much easier than ramming into other males to, I don't know, like not only encourage CTE, but also like, oh, if I don't ram into this other ram, then my horn might just grow into my skull and kill me anyways. Like, I don't, that's like a crazy option from God. Like, either you ram into other creatures and this will be your namesake to humans, or I'm going to impale you with your own body. Like, that's wild.
Yeah, one or the other.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
who's who? What if the guys are just pointing and smiling at who's who grinding his teeth then?
Probably. I don't know. Maybe. You know what? Okay, actually, maybe we should wait for the chapter. But long horn thingies, like anything that's long, two of them, horns up, down. I'm thinking that they're probably related to ancient giant stuff. You know, like as we got later on.
Wow, the who's who glaze continues. Now he's related to ancient giants. Okay. Well, so this cover page story was a bad idea. Sorry, guys. We're going to cut it out early.
Let's look at the last chapter. Okay? Let's look at the cover story. Is that not interesting that who's face is parroting an ancient giant skull castle?
That is, but you were talking about tusk and keratin hordes.
Yeah, I'm saying that it might be. Hey, but that's the thing.
But who's who doesn't actually have those horns though? It's just a mask.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know. We don't know if we've never seen. Have you?
Yeah, we
have.
Are
you taking off his hat?
No, we've actually seen him without his mask.
No, in the flashback, he also had them, and he had a hat on. I'm pretty sure, didn't he? Or was it just his hair? No, wait, he still had the horns back then.
Did he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had the horns.
Oh, he did have the horns. Oh,
yeah.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Oh!
He does have the horns, base level.
Don't you talk about the series every day of the week? What's happening, bro? I haven't touched it.
No,
you trying to catch me?
No, you activated your powers. There's a reason why they call you the lobotomy boy.
What?
By talking to you, I lost my memory. I got lobotomized, all right? Oh, yeah, yes, who has the horns when he's normal? Okay, so here's a theory of mine. What if who's who, get this, has some connection to the ancient giants? You like that? I'm commandeering this one. Just like how Shanks stole his devil fruit, I'm stealing your theory. I'm stealing your connection, Par.
That's so wild. You know, the only thing that would make this more wild, which you won't do, is if you chop this up.
I have the power. I have the power to chop this up to make it look like I came up with this.
We're gonna watch the first 10 minutes. Be like, what the fuck was this? It's gonna
that's so like, good.
It's gonna be like right when I say it, and you're like, what if?
This is how we start the video, actually. Yeah. So since I figured out that who's who has the horns. Do you think there is a chance that he's connected? Because like we've seen a lot of characters with horns, and we know that the bloodline can be diluted. So do you think like who's mom? Do you think who's mom just like swam through some ancient giant like, you know, their water?
Dude, the only thing that would make this better is if you were like, oh my god, and this all relates to my favorite movie, Ice Age.
And you know what, Par? I have another theory that who's who might be awakened. Did you know that I love saber-tooth tigers?
Dude, this is too early in the morning. Oh, God.
That's funny. That's some good stuff.
Whew.
Oh, man.
I was going to say something to give you more ammo for your theory. But, what was it? The hordes, him having it, ancient giant. What was the other thing? There was something else.
The fact that he is a CP9 agent or a former one. Maybe he got sold off by Carmel. Maybe he was like a former child at the village.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting thing. There was man, I'm forgetting. It'll probably come back later when we get to that part of the chapter, but that was one of my favorite parts of the chapter, was we finally got that kind of info that makes all of this, you know, as like memes aside, like if I straight up went to somebody and said like, hey, he might be an ancient giant too, right? Like that's like a one step extra, because people have to like tried to rationalize like, hey, there might be a reality where he is an Oni, right?
Yeah.
And because of the horns existing back then, and that's something we had to do with Ulti in page 1. But now with the context that we got from this chapter, I think like we can make the logical leap that like there's probably like Onis are probably just connected to like the
Yeah.
description of being larger and stronger. It's like, all right, like what is Kaido then? People were straight up like, yo, is Kaido just Harold's other son? Like, I was just
That's
like,
what it looks like, which we'll get to that in a little bit, man. That
yeah,
is
yeah.
the funniest part of the chapter. King Harold, I still look at him and I bust up laughing, bro. It's so funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't see it at first. Someone super chatted it, and I was like, "Come on, we're not everyone's kid is." And then I put the picture sideways. And I was like, "No, wait, hold on.
Yeah, what
it's
was it?
just-
I saw one tweet, or was it a comment? Somebody was like, "Oh, like why does everybody think Kaido and Harold are related?" Next, they're gonna think Nami and all the other women in One Piece are related because they look alike. I'm like, wait. There's like a key difference, right? Because for women, Oda tends to follow a manuscript sometimes, right? Not all the times, but sometimes. And he talked about it before. Whereas kings, like go through all the kings of One Piece, they look vehemently different, crazily different. So the fact that Oda used this design for King Harold, crazy.
Yeah, yeah, and like, and it's like stepping back away from like that part and going to the other thing is you had said something too about the who's who timing in the chapter covers where it's like whatever Oda's doing there is most likely related to what's going to happen in the chapter itself. And at the time it was like, okay, we got a depiction of Nika from one end, who's likely to be the original Nika from Elbaph, and then we have who's who introduced us to Sun God Nika, who is likely Joy Boy's, history, or legend, and the idea would be the chapter cover and the chapter aligning on that Nika, whatever information, whatever lore, whoever it comes from, lining up, and that would be really sick. Now we have a whole another avenue, which is that who's who in that castle depiction was replacing a Oni depiction like castle that Kaido had made, and that Oni depiction is just an ancient giant. And it's like, okay, and in the chapter we're getting more and more information on the ancient giant stuff, and it could be that that's what's lining up. And now it's like anything with the I remember what I was gonna say. It wasn't related to like One Piece per se, but it did relate to a lot of conversations I had about Onis in the past, which is that historically, our scholars have interpreted the idea that the mythos around cyclopses and giants in general, giants with horns, came from people in the past discovering elephant skulls, and all that they just were viewing the skulls upside down and interpreting like the tusks as horns and the giant like mouth part as one eye socket because of partial skulls, or just just them not
Funny, that
understanding
still happens
anatomy.
today.
Yeah, like to this day, like even dinosaurs, we're learning more and more about like skeletal anatomy that's updating our interpretation of what dinosaurs could look like, and I think it's making more and more logical sense as we go on, and we look back in the past like, yeah, that actually doesn't make sense. If we did this to dogs, if we did this to cats, they would look freakish, but they don't. And so it's like, okay, so then how about we apply some of this logic to dinosaurs, and now we're getting different models and they're making more sense. And that's what people have assumed with cyclopses primarily, is like the cyclops mythos started from people discovering mammoth and elephant skulls that were tusks upside down. And so now saber-toothed tigers, any animal with extended tusks, could have been like a previous mythos where we got like, I don't know, just various Onis and this kind of stuff. So Oda could be doing something like that too, where it's like, okay, it's not just tusks. It could also be saber-toothed tigers. What are saber-toothed tigers? They're kind of like, even in the movie, it's like, okay, they're just huge tigers, like massive, way bigger. And the question is like, what kind of mythos is Oda gonna apply to it? And he could just be like, okay, anything that's like slightly bigger, has horns, is ancient giant blood. Now, how does that relate to saber-tooth tigers getting ancient blood? Listen, there might be a reason other than that where King Harold he might have read some book about his forefathers and like, yeah, I'm not into that. I like women. And so he's just like trying to separate himself, But yeah, we keep on skipping on into the chapter. So we'll just, we're still, believe it or not, on the cover story.
Yeah, as the contract dictates, we have another 15 minutes with this cover page. So
where's Sukiyaki when you beat him?
So they're pointing and laughing and smiling. Do you think they're looking at a list of Sukiyaki's accomplishments? they're looking at the Sukiyaki play-by-play.
It's funny that you created a segue there, because I was also like, okay, how do I create a segue? And my segue was like, the Kozuki are supposed to be big and strong, like bigger and stronger, like it's in their bloodline. Like now it's kind of questionable, like, is that also Oni? Like, no, Sukiyaki's also huge.
Yeah, but he's not strong though.
I mean, we don't know. Like,
no, we never.
Like, no, but apparently because remember, he's the reason why Wano's screwed up. Like he was raised he perpetuated the Kurozumi like exodus. He was just like, yeah. And if what?
Sukiyaki did a better job exterminating the Kurozumi, we would not have Orochi, bro. Everything would have been so much smoother.
No, actually, it's his dad. If you want to play that game, it's his dad's fault, because when you really think about it, what is what's his face? Orochi without Higurashi, right? And Higurashi was already off.
Okay, then we could just go all the way back. This could go back to the Void Century. Maybe the Kozuki and Kurozumi were fighting all the time. They were always beefing.
Hey, I mean, there's a question mark about where their name comes from, right? Like, why is all of the Moon clans one thing, and then the Kurozumi's black charcoal? Like, that's kind of interesting.
It sounds like it's telling a story, like the Chinese rabbit.
What about the Chinese rabbit?
No. I mean, surely I think somebody here will know. But there's like a mythos about a Chinese rabbit making like mochi under a moon or something. And I think charcoal was involved.
No, you gotta elaborate. You can't just pull that out of your...
No, I mean, I don't remember exactly. I mean, sure, I think somebody here will know.
Channel your ancestors.
China, please!
You can stare at a full moon side. Maybe your ancestors will speak to you.
Funny enough, Lunar New Year's is coming up, isn't it? Or did it already pass?
Yeah, why do you think I made that joke? I thought you already did the Sulong.
You're really racist, Par. My God. These past 2 or 3 Parcasts, you've gone off the rails, bro.
Yeah. I mean, let's just say that I have some beef with revision. Like, this is my theory.
So, welcome in, guys, to my race theory. So, here in this chapter, right, you see those beast pirates smiling and smirking. Here is a question again. I'm going to bring this up. We asked this last week. I'm going to ask it again. Do you think that these guys are up to no good? Now that we see them, do you think these guys are bad people? Or they're up to, like, violent criminal activity?
You know what? Like, you said, like, they're staring in pleasure, right? We do have to realize, like, there's a bunch of women stolen, so, like...
What?
I don't know what's happening on the other end.
Wait, what are you inferring here, Par? What are you insinuating?
Who's who likes women?
Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that could also be the thing. Maybe the women came here voluntarily. No, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? But they also
have kimonos. Like, it looks like they've like integrated themselves in Wano culture.
Well, Wano has red light district.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, they have the clothing, right? They don't look like beast pirates anymore.
Yeah, but the beast pirates weren't the ones who invented red light district. Or women.
No. Yeah, no. Just what I'm saying is that, like, it looks like they're just buying clothes from Wano now. Whereas beforehand, they just like wore the Spaldings and that was it.
Oh wait, so why would that relate to them kidnapping women and now staring at women?
Oh, just like, maybe they're like good civilians now.
I mean, but even the good civilians in Wano use the red light district, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah. Well, see, and the other
Like
thing
like
is, I was
like
looking.
like what I'm comparing like prostitution to forced prostitution.
Oh,
It's like one is
yeah,
better. Yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, here's the thing: we don't know if the women were kidnapped, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Like we don't know what happened. Like we assume they're kidnapped, but I mean, reality could say that oh maybe they left in the middle of the night and they wanted to go.
Yeah, like they said that like Odin consensually stole them.
Maybe just like you, they're just big fans of the saber-toothed tiger, who I remember the name now, by the way.
Diego.
Diego. Yeah. You looked it up, huh?
No, I didn't. My hands are right here.
Really?
Yeah. I could screen share if you really wanted.
No, it's good. It's good. I believe you, Par. Par,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
would
yeah.
never lie.
No. Yeah, it. Literally, I was channeling my ancestors.
Yeah. What are your
I don't know.
ancestors?
I have no idea.
What race are you?
I was gonna say Craven, but like I don't know.
You're Craven the Hunter branded. Yeah, yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
is Craven supposed to be Draven or Draven supposed to be Craven from One Piece? Not One Piece.
League of Legends? I think so.
Yeah,
They have the
it's
same
kind of
fit.
similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do
Same
have the
same like
thing.
mood and everything. I could see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. That's gonna be interesting. But yeah, the other thing is we do have one clue, which is Yamato's face. Like she has kind of like a shocked reaction. So
Yeah.
whatever's there could be like, hey, what's going on here? What
Cut
are
it
these
out,
women
guys.
doing? Yeah, and then Tama has kind of like she has like maybe she's like innocently like, wait, what is that?
They could just
What's
be
going
really
on here?
impressed. Like what if and going back to what I said earlier about the Sun God Nika thing, like what if they look in and it literally is like who's who drawing a picture of Sun God Nika and showing it to everybody. Like, hey guys, this is the Liberator. He'll save us one day.
Oh, wait, what if Who's Who is trying to force the tail? So he kidnaps all the women and then he frees them to
I
become
am
the
Sun
Liberator.
God Nika. Yeah.
Yeah.
So funny enough, this could tie in with the title in Shamrock. So somebody commented this, and of course, like if we just look it up, we could also talk about this later. But obviously Shamrock relates back to Saint Patrick, and he was known for bringing Christianity throughout Ireland. So it's like, oh, maybe like who's who is doing that here in Wano? Like he's bringing the religion of Sun God Nika all around to the Wano citizens, which they kind of already know about it to some extent, just not like the same extent as who's who or anybody else. Or like the
Yeah,
Buccaneers
yeah.
even. But yeah, I think that'd be really cool if Who's Who really is just doing all this. I still don't know how women get involved. Like you had the depiction of maybe the women, he kidnaps them and then he tells them the story and then he lets them go, which would be kind of silly. I feel like at that point, just like do what regular people do and yell on the street or something. Pass out flyers, man.
Yeah, who knows what Who's Who would do? Only Who.
Only Who.
Is Who his first name and last name?
I think that's just like a first name thing. I'm gonna say this. I hate Who's Who's name. I love it, but if you guys have ever tried to look up information about Who's Who, then you will realize how hard it is to just find like anything about him and not just somebody or some article having the word Who's Who or like a children's
Yeah.
book or something. It's awful.
I always, just for the sake of it, I just always type One Piece at the end of anything that I'm doing One Piece related.
Yeah, that's what I had to do with Who's Who. I mean,
Yeah.
some characters transcend One Piece, and like if you type in Luffy, you get Luffy. Shanks, you get Shanks. Mihawk, etc. But Who's Who is like the first character I think I've ever looked up where it's like I have to like type in One Piece like exactly. Or
Yeah,
else,
like Jinbei.
it's scuffed.
Jinbei, you can't just search up Jinbei because you'll just get like clothing.
Really?
Yeah, I get like one Japanese because Jinbei is just like the.
Oh,
outfit.
you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes, because like sometimes on Google when you search up something that can be purchased, like I think they put the shopping tab like before, and so usually before like the image, like images is usually second, I think. But I think if you search up something that's like clothing, it's heavily shopped, then the shopping tab goes up, and I accidentally click the shopping tab.
Oh. Do you ever use the shopping tab on Google?
Never.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, I think I've used it one or two times before, but not for shopping. It was because I have a Hot Wheels car collection, like
Yeah.
a vast collection, and I was searching up prices, and I used that because Google you could do image search, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I have a decent amount of but Hot Wheels are like pre-crypto. That's like NFTs and trading cards. You know what I mean? Like before that, and yeah. So I have a lot of Hot Wheels that I could send out. If anyone's looking to buy Hot Wheels, let me
Yeah, hit
know.
up Par. He's got you. He's got you for
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've never
except
used it. I
maybe
really just use it to see if like something exists.
that's true. Yeah, that too. That too. If something exists, that's a good place to go. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like oh, like what is what's on the market today? You know what I mean? Just like something like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
for who's gang, I already know what's on the market. Women, the women of Wano.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe women
Yeah,
are
I don't
needed
know.
for. There's probably a part of Nika's legend that's related to women.
Yeah, I
You
could
need to
see
have
that.
8 wives before you become Joy Boy.
You must
To
be like
know,
King Harold.
yeah, to know true joy, you must know a true annoyance of having. No, I'm
Oh my
joking.
god. Mary Parr coming out, huh? Yeah, Parr's like having flashbacks of his wife. Yeah, you must know the annoyances of a marriage.
Yeah, yeah.
You
The
must want to
one
die
wife.
24/7.
Oh my god, 2 wives? That's crazy. You know what I mean?
Ooh, what
Yeah.
if Who's Who is really just cosplaying as Kaido? Like we go in and we see like a woman dressed up as Big Mom, another one as Black Maria, one dressed up as Ulti, and his dream is just to become like Kaido. Or like maybe
I,
just relive the good old days. Maybe he dresses up all the women as Beast Pirates, like
well,
all of his
here's
friends.
actually the thing. Um, what would be the prerogative of splitting up the islands and making it so it's much harder to travel between them? It's so that the other wives don't know about the each one. So maybe Emu was just like, "Damn it, how does Joy Boy do it?" I mean, and then he splits up the island so that it makes it harder to have separate families, or
Oh,
like
you're cooking.
easier. Yeah, yeah, something like that. It's something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like you wouldn't like all those stories where some guy had like a whole separate family. It's never in the same state because that would be so easy to figure out. It's
Yeah.
always like one in Arizona, and then one in
One in New
Alaska or some
Mexico.
shit. Yeah, well, like very different climates, so that they wouldn't even want to cross over. Like one is in the desert and one is in the like in moose territory. When
Yeah.
would they ever clash? And then why would you ever vacation to Arizona, right? So it's like, yeah, I feel
People
like
liked
that's like,
Arizona.
yeah, Arizona's different, but like Alaska, right? How many people you know vacation in Alaska? Probably like nobody, right?
No, actually, funny enough, like we had a vacation planned for Alaska.
Yeah, but you're not any. You,
What are you gonna say? I'm Asian?
okay, now I have to finish it so that you can't just put in whatever you want to say. I was just gonna say, you know, you're not like the average person. You're
Huh.
bigger than average. Yeah,
Interesting. Interesting.
yeah, yeah, bigger than
So, going on with the chapter before Par gets a little bit dicey here, we
average.
learned that King Harold did not die 6 years ago, as we presumed. He instead died 14 years ago. So that gives Loki a solid 8 years to just hang around before he gets arrested for his crimes. Kind of crazy to hear
Yeah.
about, huh?
Yeah, yeah, like he kills 100 people or 99 or no 100, yeah, minimum because King Harold wasn't one of the guards and he died, so presumably 100 people
Yeah,
minimum.
killed 100 people and now he's just like chilling, dude.
Yeah, would you here like imagine like I guess everyone would be cheering, right? Like some criminal killed 100 people. They're just out in on the loose. And the thing is, like he's a giant. It's not like he's on Elbaph in hiding, right? Like he's just out and about. Like they probably saw him on the regular and they just couldn't do anything.
It depends. We don't know when he set out to sea, right? Like, did he set out right away, or did he set out like after a year or two? Like, it's kind of hard to like piece together the timeline.
Well, and then that's where the timeline thing is interesting, right? Because it's like apparently 13 years ago is when the Luffy's fruit was taken from Cypher Pole, from Who's Who to Shanks, and that's just a year after King Harold dies. We don't know when Loki sets out to sea. Maybe it was to get reclaim the fruit because it was stolen by Cypher Pole, or like we don't know necessarily what happened. Did Loki coordinate a deal with Ange and Musa or something. You know what I mean? Like, so, or most is it? It's Mosa, right? Not
Yeah,
Musa.
Mosa.
Yeah, Mosa. Um, yeah, so it's like, you know, the timeline is interesting, and yeah, I think the biggest thing is like he was just not taken care of for 8 years. And you know, what'd be even funnier is if Shanks didn't know that, like, if Loki was just out in the sea and Loki just challenged Shanks, and then Shanks was like,
Who are
"What is
you?
this guy doing?" And
No,
then
I think
captures
Shanks
him.
knew.
Yeah.
The reason I think Shanks knew is because Shanks beat Loki and then he brought him back to Elbaph.
Well, he might just be racist. He might just be like, "Okay, you must be from Elbaph. Like,
Yeah,
this is where you belong."
so that's how you view Shanks then, huh? So
Racist?
yeah.
I mean, it's in his blood, right?
So racism is genetic, is what you're saying now. Okay.
Oh,
Par,
I
like I
mean,
said, Par, 2025 has really changed this guy. I mean, is this the same Par we know and love? I don't even know anymore.
hey, listen, celestial dragons, you know,
They're
they
pretty
come
cool.
they come in many shapes and sizes, but in general, 99% mentality, you know what I mean? Even Bonnie hit us with the "you don't look like Nika." She hit Luffy with the "you don't," but you know, freedom doesn't come in skin color, right? But in One Piece, it apparently comes in pure white.
Yeah, it does until we get like a different version of Nika or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm just quoting the story, guys. That's all I'm
Yeah,
doing.
you guys know Par.
Yeah, One Piece aficionado here, you know. I'm
Yeah.
the one who remember the who's who had the horns in the
Yeah, and he stole that
flashback.
from
So
me. So do you think he left Elbaph right away then? Like kill the dad then leave? Is that the timeline, or do you think he actually chilled around in the village, like known serial killer, mass murderer Loki? Oh, here he is today. He's just hanging out.
I think the first one makes more sense, right? He leaves. Like, it'd be so bad for. I mean, would it be that bad?
It
Because
would
he
be
killed a
bad.
hundred guards and 100. Like, okay, so like um, imagine someone escapes our top prison
Yeah.
and they kill 100 Navy SEALs, and then they're out and about. Do we expect the general public to then apprehend him? Do we expect no? If they killed 100 Navy SEALs, I'm not expecting like even law do I expect my local law enforcement to be able to then commandeer him? Not really, right? Like that's kind of ridiculous. And then it's like, do we have replacements for the Navy SEALs? No, not really. Like these are the top fighters, and not just the top fighters. No, he also killed the strongest man on Elbaph, right? The king, like his
You can't
own
just give
dad.
up though, man. This we aren't barbarians here. You can't just give up when a strong person arrives. You gotta challenge it.
Yeah, no, but giving up is one thing, but also just like there's a reason why Hyruden's like, I need to get the Mera no Me first. I need us to get power before the other, and then yeah, like put this in context. The only people that can probably give Loki some kind of resistance are the ex captains of the giant pirates who are just on an island fighting each other. Woo, great. And then that's where Oimo and Kashi are just like, their only hope. Oimo and Kashi. And what are those buffoons doing? Getting gaslit by the world government on Eni's lobby. So it's like, boom, we lost that. And then the other one's reasonably the older brother and other crown prince. What is he doing? And it's like, we don't know. And then a year ago, or two, yeah, within the last 2 years, he goes underneath a clown, right? So then what was he doing? Reasonably, it makes sense that he tried to apprehend Loki and then he lost. And then he lost so hard that even after Loki gets captured by Shanks, Hyruden's like, I need any help. A clown, a celestial dragon, devil fruit. I need to go to Dressrosa. I need to get the Marimar no Mi. Like, this is what, years after Loki's captured, and he still has the PTSD. He's like, I need a Logia fruit. You know, have you ever seen a giant with a Logia fruit? No, you haven't. I'm gonna be that guy, and I'm gonna finally be strong enough to, I guess, take on Loki. Like, it's kind of crazy when you think about the circumstances that Loki's in, that kind of justified. You could say he was just there, especially given his backstory, right? When he was like 10 years old, no one could stop him from eating the family horse. No one could stop him from becoming an arsonist and just burning down houses. This is
all right. That's crazy. He
Loki.
did not eat the family horse. The horse died. He killed the horse.
Wait, no. The official translation said he killed it.
Oh, yeah, no, but yeah, I agree. But you said he ate the horse.
Oh, I mean, is eating the horse that different?
Yeah. Okay. That's like saying, oh, like, is being a murderer so much different than being a cannibal? Like, yeah, it's different. What are we talking about?
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's different in like a philosophical kind of thing, right? But like, because it's more like a motivate. Like, why did they kill the person? Right? He ate. He was hungry, right? Versus the murderer, was it out of anger? Was it out of, like, revenge?
So you're saying all murderers are cannibals?
No, what? I didn't say that. I just said, like, I said
you're conflating them. No. You're so conflating them.
No. I'm saying all cannibals are murderers.
All cannibals are murderers, yes, but not all murderers are cannibals, though.
Actually, no, not all. No, wait, actually, not all cannibals are murderers. Actually, no, some people just buy the meat, like at a butcher's.
I mean, yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
But, okay, what I'm saying is that there's a difference between saying Loki killed the family horse versus Loki ate the family horse.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I should have said he killed and ate it if I believed that he did eat it. I don't think that he ate it, but I just kind of just want to throw that in there. But I'm just going to throw it out that if he ate the horse, that doesn't necessarily mean he killed it. So that's kind of absolving of that. He might have just been like, oh, well, we're just going to let it go to waste. If it's a horse, at least if it's a horse, right?
Yeah,
that's different than cannibalism.
So you think Loki is a guy who wants to try cannibalism now?
No, he ate a horse, not a human or a giant. You're the one who conflated eating a horse. People eat horses. Are you saying people who eat horses are just on a slippery slope to cannibalism?
I think so. Like, once you start trying that exotic meat, you just keep on going for the next fix, Like, yeah, one day you eat like chicken, the next day you're eating like a tiger, bear meat. And then next thing you know, you're chomping on a leg.
Careful, Sai. You're saying that to Craven.
Yeah, I'm saying this to Craven the Hunter. You and your jacket, man. The jacket's so funny.
Yeah, I like it. This is my wife's vest. I went home and I was just looking through. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I put it on and just walked out and said, I feel like a Viking. And my wife's like, is that my fur coat? I was like, yes, it's mine now.
I will say this. I like the gimmick of wearing the same thing over and over. So now, like, whenever I see that fur vest, I just think of you now.
Yeah. I have a League of Legends.
It's like an anime character
that I got that I'm gonna wear when I stream League. Mm-hmm. When I play League, I'm gonna put it on, and that's what I'm gonna wear for all my streams now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like, I always want to find, like, a nice jacket and just, like, wear that jacket for the rest of my life.
Yeah. You should put on your League of Legends jacket right now.
I don't have a League of Legends jacket, man.
Damn. We gotta get you one.
Nah. I don't know. I it's gotta be, like, good League of Legends merch, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's nice. It's the Worlds one.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, it's nice. I literally put it on yesterday. I was like, how you like my jacket to everyone? And they're like, yeah, where'd you get it? And I was like,
you're like a kid with the tism. Hey, how do you like this?
How do you like me now?
How do you like me now? Which I think we do.
Never worn
I think we're both on the spectrum, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. Easily.
But the new word is it's neurodivergent, right?
No, that's different.
Cool.
Yeah. That's umbrella. Yeah.
I've been using that a lot recently.
Yeah, neurodivergent kind of applies to all
Like,
mental
yeah,
differences.
the best part about that word is that it gets around like the leak filtering, so you can call somebody neurodivergent and get away with it.
Yeah, it's a compliment.
Yeah, yeah. It's a compliment. It's when I say it to my League of Legends teammates, let me tell you, that is a compliment, guys. The highest of honors.
Yeah. See,
Yeah, something like that.
Being neurodivergent also is a spectrum, right? Like you could be iron or you could be diamond. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So speaking of which, speaking of iron, when I first read this chapter, and even coming off of last week, we are on the same boat, sort of, that maybe King Harald was a pushover, right? Maybe he wasn't that strong because he's a guy who likes peace, he's all about education, and, all that stuff, right? And it's like, oh, like maybe the guy's just kind of a loser. We come to find out that King Harald is known as the Great King. Isn't that shocking?
Yes. The strongest king of
Yeah.
Elbaph has ever known.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's a little bit.
If the story is taken at face value of Loki defeating the ancient giants and King Harald, then yeah, I'd say Loki would be the strongest giant then. But I mean, I think there's so many holes in this story, bro. Like, we're not even there yet necessarily, but do you believe this story?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, stop. You don't believe it, do you?
No, I mean,
you
that's what I'm
believe
saying.
the story?
Wait, I just said, yeah, I don't know.
You believe the propaganda?
Wait, I literally said, I was agreeing with you.
Loki killed King Harald with no other, like, nuances to it? Oh my God, Par.
I don't agree what you're pushing, but I was literally in agreement with you.
Yeah, I know you were. I just heard the first syllable of your word, and you said, I was like,
Like, the more and more they told it, I was just like, can we talk about this? Like, they just said that Harald is the strongest dude, and he fought. Like, because Rodo was saying that he fought Loki, and that's the damage here. And then they proceeded to say that Loki also killed 99 guards, and Jarl was the only survivor. We already were like, his point of the story is weird. Rodo's never even been here, so he just confirmed he's not an eyewitness, right?
Yeah.
All the survivors apparently died. And Jarl can't even tell us who put the sword in his head because he didn't say Loki did it, which is like, okay, so then
he omitted it. He's omitting the facts. That dirty snake.
If there's 99 other people and Harald was the strongest and Loki beat all of them and Harald, what does that mean? Could Harald, if we flipped Harald and Loki's position, could Harald do that? Could Harald literally wipe 100 of his own guards and his son? It doesn't sound like it. If that's weird because then Loki just did that. And I don't like, listen, I'm not even putting power scaling into it, but no matter how you kind of power scale it, either the guards are completely irrelevant, the weakest on Elbaph, right? Because that's the other part. I was like, Ja Rule was one of the guards. Does that mean that all the guards were just washed up? Or does that mean Ja Rule's actually strong? And then I was like, wait, Big Mom, 60 years prior, beat Ja Rule and the other guy and a village of giants. And I'm like, okay, but that's also just a village of giants. That's not the guards. Like, would you? And then I also, this is my thing too. If I was a king, I would never have a guard that's weaker, like a main guard that's weaker than me. I would have to train that guard to be stronger than me. There's no shot.
Yeah, like imagine going into like assassinate like the president, and then you go in like, oh, who's the Secret Service working today? And it's just a bunch of 5-year-olds. It's like, what? Huh?
Yeah.
Like, no. So you want like Dwayne The Rock Johnson up there. You know what I mean? You want like an army of Dwaynes.
Yeah. And from what I'm getting is the first shocker is that Ja Rule was one of the guards.
I don't even know if he was a guard. I mean, Ja Rule could have just been in the area. They don't call him a guard, right?
I
he
guess
could have just been passing by.
I guess you're right. He said Loki slew. Okay. The official translations. Let me pull up the TCB one too, because I think the TCB one had me looking at it a little bit different. But let me pull up the TCB.
It's funny you mentioned Viz because my phone is going up because Sandman is tweeting out about the Viz being incorrect. But we're not there yet. Well,
Yes.
I'll bring it up when we get there, so we get the
So
the right translation.
TCB translated it as the castle once had numerous guards. On that day, around 100 of them stood ready to kill Loki, but only one survived. So in that translation, it's
Yeah.
sounding like Ja Rule was one of the 100 guards. The Viz translation says, yes, naturally there were many soldiers in the castle. Loki slew over 100 stout warriors that day. The only survivors among the castle were Chief Ja Rule and Loki himself. In that translation, it's saying that he killed over 100 and Ja Rule wasn't necessarily one of the guards. So I'm not Japanese. I didn't read the Raws. This is like, hey, we need to find the Harley text in this moment. It's seemingly every translation now. We're reading each one in the Parcast, and it's like, okay, I don't know which one to go with. But in this, in this situation, at least we can say that Ja Rule was a combatant, right?
Yeah.
Because he fought in the previous context. He fought. According to Viz, if we want to go with the Viz translation, they're saying that he was one of the guards. Would it make sense as an ex pirate, giant pirate captain and one of the strongest warriors to be among the guards?
Okay, wait,
Sure.
whoa. Strongest giants? You can't give that child a Jarl, bro.
Yeah, wait, no, he used to be one of the strongest.
He used to be, but I mean, he's old now, man.
Yeah, no, bro. That's what I'm saying, right? Like 60 years ago, when Big Mom was there, he wasn't there. So, like, was he a guard already? And he didn't look that strong. But like, we also don't know how strong the Giants are supposed to be. That's kind of the obnoxious part here. Because another thing that I was kind of sitting with the TCB scans, I was like, okay, at minimum, Loki's insane. According to the story, like, Loki's absolutely absurd. It doesn't even matter how strong the Giants are, because these Giants are, because they have to be guard level, right? That's above, to me, that's above mid-tier giant pirate. Like the average giant pirate, these guards have to be stronger than them. That's how I was kind of saying that. And then I was like, okay, the Gorosei can't do that. The Gorosei were struggling with just two. There's two giants at a time. Saint Venus was getting wrestled to the ground. You throw 100 giants at a Gorosei. They're not. I don't think that they're necessarily liking that. I don't think that they're even like breathing, per se. I think the 100 giants can just sit on the Gorosei, each like one v 100.
I kind of agree with you. Like, dude, if Venus was being harassed by Oimo and Kashi, then I think he would lose in this situation, right? I mean, if we could hurt him, right? I mean, people always say, oh, but you can't hurt the guys. It's like, okay, but if you could, they'd be done.
Yeah. And like, listen, there's bigger, like, there's more humiliation than just being beaten. There's being picked up like a little kid. There's being sat on like a little kid. I don't know if you guys seen those videos. Like, that's what's happening. They're being lil broed by 100 giants. Without a doubt. Egghead told me that. Like, sure. Dorian Brogy, very strong. But that was just Oimo and Kashi are like mid-tier giant pirate level to me. And because they're the younger ones too. And
they're
we're talking
dumb.
about Kingsguards. We're talking about Kingsguards. And Harald. Now let's throw in the strongest giant.
And we had a couple
island
that had like pure ancient giant blood as well.
Yeah.
They had the horns, bro.
If you were to scale it up, two giants gave one Gorosei struggle. Let's make it 5 giants to 1 Gorosei. I think that we're having a Dragon Ball Z fight at minimum, like a Goku versus Boo Super Saiyan 3, 50 episodes long, just because he has to regenerate and Majin Buu just couldn't die, right? Like, that's kind of what we're seeing here. And then you double that. It's no, quadruple that. It would be quadrupling that. It'd be 20 giants per Gorosei member. I don't think that the Gorosei are coming out. And then you add the strongest giant, the Gorosei are probably just losing. And then you have to sit with the fact that apparently the story that's told to us is that Loki beat that. Nah, I don't know.
You don't trust it. I don't trust it as far as I can throw it. And I got a bad shoulder, Par.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like there's 6 different ways that you could throw this one, and each way it's landing in the trash because it's doesn't make sense. It's garbage. Like whatever's like, and here's my thing. It's like reliable narrators are important. Roto's not reliable. He's never been here.
Yeah, and he admits it, which I really enjoy. He's like, "Hey, by the way, I have no clue what the hell happened, man. I just heard stories."
Yeah. And then Ja Rule is Biden, so it's like we can't trust that.
Yeah, he just like casually omits things. Is he even alive? We don't know.
Yeah.
He could be dead right now. Like, what is even going on with the sword in his head, right? Like, we still, like, did he actually get stabbed through the head, or is it like a bonk and like a Halloween prop, right?
And we don't know how good the doctors are on Elbaph. As Sai mentioned before, he doesn't even think that they can read. So, like, if that's the case, do their doctors even know what's going on with Ja Rule? Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things about this story, and it's funny that we skipped ahead to it, too. Because, like, there's a lot of, like, other things, like, oh, like, Ro talked about how people are usually forbidden to enter this castle ground, right? And that the guards that are stationed here actually are just stationed outside, but they're missing. So what that tells me is that the people we saw fighting Shamrock and Gunko, like 3 chapters ago, they were outside of the castle. They heard something going on inside with probably the magic circle, and they came inside to check out and find out what it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, I wonder, like, and isn't that odd too that the castle is sealed off? Like, we had this great tragedy here, and then we're like, oh yeah, like nobody can enter. Like, I wonder what evidence is in here that maybe Jarl is afraid to find, or maybe it's just Elbaph tradition. Like, oh, like we don't want to disturb the dead. I don't know.
Yeah, because you know, like even that sense, it sounds like a cover up, right?
Yeah.
But then the question becomes by who? Who's the leading force or like decision maker? They haven't had a king apparently in 14 years. All of the like strong people died. Dory and Brogy were gone. Ja Rule's illiterate, like, or in dementia. Not saying that the same thing, but like who knows what's going on there? Lobotomized. Loki's the crown prince, and they're the only 2 reliable people. So who even decided Loki is the person who has to be imprisoned? You know what I mean? Like all of that is really odd if no one's allowed to go inside this place.
What if there's a judiciary branch of Elbaph and they exist within the heaven world?
Okay.
Yeah, like what if that's the case? Like, oh, like the decision makers are just all up there, and that's why we haven't seen them yet. Would that be decent? Because I mean, even later too, right? You know, skipping ahead again, they talk about Hardin's mom and like, oh, you know, the leaders or they said Elbaph wouldn't let her become queen. And I said, okay, who's Elbaph, right? I mean, if the king says something, you do it. So who's this Elbaph that they're referring to? Who made that decision?
That's actually a very good point, right? Like especially, and then you add on
a popular vote.
The other part is that King Harold's whole thing was like, yo, like let's create peace with the world. How do you let Elbaph talk you out of your wife?
Yeah.
Who's not a giant. You know what I mean? She is a giant.
If Harold is the strongest giant or greatest king, dude, you're not going to tell him, no, don't bring your wife to the castle. Like, you know, like he says something, you do it, right?
Yeah.
Especially something as small as that. Like, you know, just, hey, can my wife come to the castle? Yeah. It's his castle, man. What are you talking about?
I mean, here's the thing. Like, it's Sai has gained a trait in Elbaph where like I'll say something and then like 3 videos later he's like, you know what, Par, this idea of mine is
that has
great.
Never happened. Every idea, okay. Par must be misremembering, but a lot of these ideas are things that I cook up first and then Par commandeers later. So remember when I said, oh, what if Angie and Loki were half-brother siblings? And you're like, no, Par, unless you have idiotic. The clip. Unless you have the clip, that's not a thing. Like I've always believed that Ange and Loki could be siblings. That was never not the case.
And Sai is sweating in his boots right now. He knows I have the clips. He knows.
Nope. And then when you find it, it's, you know what it's gonna say? I'm gonna be like,
What?
oh, Par, that's actually a great idea. I thought about that too. Yeah, exactly. See, this is Par.
Yeah.
Par's like the theory thief. I think Par's actually steal the theory.
Bringing
Bringing it back. You know, you take off the mask. Boom, it's Par. He is steal the theory.
Insulting to one of our greatest fans, one of our most devout viewers of ours, interacts on all of our platforms, Discord, Twitter, YouTube, all of our channels, even coming in Twitch, and you're gonna say it's just me? Steal the theories if you're out there. Just let Sai know.
It's gonna be like Red X in Teen Titans. You know
who your favorite parent is.
There's
now.
multiple ones.
Me and Sai might have given birth to you, but Daddy Par here is your favorite, right? That's what it is, Steal the Theory. Who's your favorite parent, Sai or Par? Mommy Sai or Daddy Par?
That's some wild imagery you got going on there, Par, but yeah.
I forgot that we have people who make fan arts. Now they're gonna make crazy Daddy Par, Mommy Sai.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we skip out on that one. So, we see that this castle has been devastated, destroyed, demolished.
Sort of.
Yeah, there's ruins everywhere. It looks insane. A great battle took place here. It's like a graveyard. And we see the skeletal remains of giants. Isn't it weird that they don't just sweep up the skeletons, though?
Yes, that's one part. But, when they said this, there's so much damage and, there's just, one bridge collapsed and, some rubble down. And then, I looked at it, I was like, this isn't really that...
no, it's crazy. Dude, the walls are crumbling. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but the walls are crumbling because there's trees growing through them. If you did...
but you don't know which one came first, though. You're assuming the trees came in and made the building crumble. What if the building was already crumbling and then the trees filled in the spot?
You look at the picture and you see that there's really not that much damage. And then there's just trees all over the place. Most of the structures, if Luffy and Kaido were to fight inside of a building, there would be way more structural damage. Look at this. Does this really look like 100 plus giants fought?
You have to take the size into consideration. If you take size into consideration, this damage is crazy. The size of this room, is probably like Onigashima.
Brother, we saw Dory and Brogy, Hakoku sovereignty, a giant goldfish in half. We saw them obliterate.
Yeah, but that's organic, ship. Dude, I could punch a hole through a goldfish.
Look at the door. Why is the door still on?
You think a kid's ship is more durable than that bridge?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that that was just 2 giants. I'm saying 100 giants fighting to the death. Fighting to literal death. The king died after this. And they're saying the damage is a few... the bridge collapsed, sure, but most of it just looks like a building that hasn't been maintained for 15 years.
Okay, but have you ever considered the fact that that's just one room?
No, because we walked into another room and there's still most of it's intact.
Skeletons, cracked walls, man. Debris.
All I'm gonna say is that if you got 100 skeletons, 100 giants, some with ancient giant blood, all in one room to die in that room is not standing. If 100 giants were trying to fight for their life in one room, that room shouldn't exist. That's what I'm saying. You look at Oars.
I don't know, man.
Oars literally was just casually walking and breaking all the castles. And Morgan's castle was huge. It was big enough to house.
Yeah, but you're not taking building materials into consideration. What if this building material is more durable than what we've seen thus far? It's not just regular stone. It's Elbaph stone. And Elbaph stone is the stone out of Dragon Ball Super, where they're even though we have Goku and Jiren and everybody fighting here, the Kachi won't be destroyed because it's so durable. This is where the gods fight. And then all 9 gods of destruction, they fight. And guess what? The stage is still standing because of the Kachi.
Yeah. So you're saying that the stones on this are so strong. Okay, you know what? I'll meet you in the middle. Okay?
Meet me.
Rodo imprison them in a prison that apparently the walls are so strong that a giant couldn't break out. Yet all it took was like Luffy Gear 3 to break it down, right?
Okay, now I think you're lacking imagination. I never thought I'd have to pull out that card, but I think you're lacking imagination now.
Okay,
Have you ever
no, I'm just
considered...
saying we saw Elbaphian stone. That's the only example of Elbaphian stone.
No. Hear me out. I have an explanation.
Okay,
Have you
okay,
ever thought of the fact that maybe the stone is racist and it just breaks easier when a human touches it comparative to a giant?
Wait, no, I actually was open. I was waiting for like meaningful pushback on this logic because I want to be wrong, right? But like
And you yeah, you got it.
The reality, no, the stone being racist.
You asked and you received, brother.
See, the thing
I got
is,
you.
What Sai doesn't realize is he actually supporting his greatest ops because he's like, oh, Elbaphian stuff is stronger, right? And like that would support like, oh, so Sai, you believe their stone stronger, but what about the jewel tree atom? Isn't not indestructible? Why is that stronger? Blah 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 blah. And you're just like, oh, the tree is racist too.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good answer.
Wano water.
I mean, we've seen it before in your favorite anime, Slime Isekai, where certain barriers and magical barriers actually prohibit demi-humans or, you know, certain races from entering buildings. I think this could be the exact same thing. Yeah, and this is even present in, I forget what anime it was recently that I watched. Oh yeah, ReZero, where if you're a half-blood, you can't leave a certain, like, limits of the city. Like, you know, there could be things like that. Like, what if, like, oh, if you're a dirty half-blood, you can't, like, break this wall down.
Gotcha. So
see, I think the problem isn't the fact that this place isn't destroyed more. I think the problem is with your imagination.
See, you remember when we both tried to use this imagination? We're like, oh, the library, it has a dimension.
Oh no! Stop! No! Don't bring up the library theory. It's cooked. It's cooked. You can't bring up theories that we completely destroyed. That's like bringing up the recycle collie in like 2025. We can't talk about him.
This is so funny because like we use this like idea of like the walls are looking and the walls are watching.
Stupid theory too. I'll admit it. The theory's dumb.
We're going to introduce an owl that has a perfect devil fruit that's like just randomly perfect, and like you know, jokes aside, like. When you think about like what Rodo, like, because Oda did introduce like, oh, these walls, giants can't break down the walls, and then like Luffy just casually breaks down the wall
with Gear 3.
And then like, yeah, and then like, that's all good and dandy. Luffy's stronger, sure, than one giant. But what about 100 giants plus the strongest giant?
Yeah, but the giants aren't punching the wall though. They're fighting.
They're fighting. Literally, Zoro would walk through Onigashima just to find his friend and slice down buildings. You cannot tell me that 100 giants stuck in one room just died without even like
the
breaking
room is
down a
big,
wall.
Though.
Yeah, but they didn't even like look at the wall. The doorway is completely
and then even
intact.
then, you don't see all four corners of the room, Par.
Sai, if you and I were to fight in a room, there's gonna be a hole in the wall. Like, and
guess what? There's a broken bridge, Par. What more do you want? You are the reason why Oda takes breaks, and he has like, you know, he's like, guys, I really need to step back from the series for a minute. I gotta like go visit the live action set. You're one of those fans that really just nags him.
I'm gonna hit you with some crazy stuff, right? The crazy part is, it's like, yeah, the bridge broke, but like, then where's the dead bodies around the castle? Why are they all in this one room? And like you said, why didn't they just sweep it up, right? Did they bring them here? That's what it kind of seems like, right?
Yeah, what if there's like a necromancer in their ranks?
They just like they didn't even like, they were like, okay, we gotta clean up the mess, but not like fully, let's just put it all in one room.
Yeah, maybe.
It's like when, like, I better see this room cleaned up, and your mom walks in, and it's like, yep, mom did it. And then she opens the closet. The closet's literally the skeletons in the closet with all this. It's weird because it's like, it's not just that, but we see like the what's it called? The weapons still inside, still like pinning them down and stuff like that. All I'm saying is, like, there's certain contexts not gonna say specifically, where we found many skeletons in one room, and the first thing people say is like, was there resistance offered? Does it make sense that 100 people just died in this room? Were they trapped? Well, the room didn't have a door in it. Okay, so does the room show any signs? Was there claw marks? Were there anything? What happened here? And sometimes the context is, oh, maybe they were poisoned. Maybe the air got toxic. Maybe someone did something here. Maybe,
What if
like
they fought
it
Pika
was
and Pika restored the walls?
okay. Pika restoring the walls. That's a good one.
Kachi's another
Interesting.
good one too.
Yeah. Wait, what?
The
What did you
Dragon
say?
Ball material.
The what material?
Kachi.
Kachi. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I
what
thought you
it's
said
called.
kaki, like the cocking fruit. Like, like,
Have you ever seen that meme of Cocky went boing boing?
no.
It's such a funny meme, dude.
The cocky went boing boing? What
Yeah,
is-
it's a stupid like Twitter meme. It's like some guy and he's like, yes, like I'm at the beach, ladies. Cocky one boing boing. Yeah,
I've never.
you've never seen. Yeah, it's probably for the best.
Yeah, but now I do want the cock fruit, like Caulk. Oda's
Oh,
the
like
type of guy
cocking.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oda's the type to do something like that. What is cock? See, I'm gonna search up cock right now. What is? I've never like figured out
Cock
what's
should
inside it.
isn't like just resin,
Silicone.
silicone. There we go.
Yeah. I think I knew that, but just want to make sure. Yeah, so it's flexible sealing. Like Luffy could be silicone man, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he's Sun God Nika.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, there's something interesting here. I think obviously the Strahds are gonna look more at the castle. The shock of the size of it's there. The shock of all the skeletons is there. But we did get the cool information about the ancient giants here, which we talked a lot about. But I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting it like this either. The way it was told, how commonplace it is and normal, but also like the discrimination too. Right? It's kind of interesting.
I
How like
wouldn't say there's like necessarily discrimination. It's more so just like, they associate ancient giants with war, It's just how it is.
yeah, but like why?
Because they're fighters, man. I mean, you got like heavy hitters like Oars up in there, and like, yeah, at some
Yeah,
point,
but Orange
like just-
Jr. was like a softie.
yeah, but his grandfather wasn't. Like my grandfather.
Wait, are you saying war is genetic, Sai?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying like it makes sense as to why people would look at ancient giants and say, yeah, they love war,
Oh, so how come you didn't say that earlier when I said something and then you said, "Are you saying this is genetic?"
If it doesn't fit my narrative, I don't bring it up. If it goes against me, I don't use it.
Sai,
But
you're not supposed to-
the minute an argument works in my favor, I'll take it.
It's like we know that, but in our contracts, we're not supposed to openly admit
Oh,
that.
shoot, my bad. Apologies.
I'm
But
supposed
yeah,
to be
like
frustrated over and over again. That's our contract side.
it's kind of like Yamato when Green Bull met her, right? Because Green Bull was like, "Oh, Kaido has a kid," and then he was like freaking out. It's like, yeah, it's because like Kaido's a monster, man. You already expect Yamato to be a monster because of that. So I bet they saw Oars, the continent puller, and they were like, "Holy crap! Like this guy was over here destroying countries, pulling continents," which we still don't know what that means exactly. So when you see an ancient giant, you just assume, yeah, like this is probably another monster like Oars.
Do you think Oars was Harold's dad or mom?
Dad. Kind of question is that? Kind of question is that, Par?
I don't know why. I was like, what option did I give you? My question was supposed to
What
be,
option do I give? Huh? So
Yeah.
it's like you fast tracked like a question. You're like, yeah, actually, so Oars, was he the mom or dad? That's the best you could come up with?
I was supposed to say what do you think Oars is his parent? And I just went with dad. And then so when I went to go or I just went mom, like out of instinct, like dad or mom. And then I was like, wait, that's just the same. I just gave you the same option essentially. From what my perspective is like, is he his parent? Do you think like Harold has like legendary ancient
Like Oars
giant?
DNA? Sure.
Yeah.
I say give it to him, yeah.
Like he's related to Orange Jr.?
Yeah, maybe like a distant cousin or like maybe just like 1% blood or something, you know?
Well, that's the thing, right? We know Ors and we know Ors Jr. But one of the main things, and I remember Preach made I watched one of his videos on this. It was like on his flag, it said Ors and then it had 3. And we don't know if that meant like the number 3. And we don't know
Yeah.
if that meant like because ancient giants had like the 3 symbolization, like the 3 skulls and whatever. Or that meant he was Ors the third, like the 3rd generation from Ors, which
Oh.
implies that there's a 2nd generation, and we don't know about that 2nd generation. And a 2nd generation could be Herald related, right? Like that would be kind of
Yeah.
wild.
It could be. That wouldn't be bad. I just think there's like too much of a difference between Ors Jr. and Harold. So I think maybe like a couple more generations there, or maybe just like cousins would even be better.
Ors Jr.
Yeah,
Let's
Ors
see.
Jr. just looks like an abomination. Like he's green. He's got like the the Habsburg chin. Like he's kind of a
If we
silly looking
found
guy.
if we find out that he was related to King Harold, um, and so he was is Loki, Hiredin, Little Ors Jr. all in line for the throne. And they're triplets. Let's just throw in the triplets.
Okay,
Who
this
are you
hypothetical.
giving first? What's the tier? Who's the order?
Um,
Or how do you decide who's king?
I would decide who's the king based on strength, one of them, but I'd also have them just be like competent. Like I feel like Ors Jr. isn't the smartest guy on the block. I'm assuming his granddaddy's the same way. So I would just give it to Harold.
Oh, oh.
Like if
But
you
so
can read a book, then yeah, I'd give it to you.
So caring and kindness have nothing. There's nothing there, right?
Nah, dude. I don't think a king has to necessarily be kind. As long as the king has the best mindset for Elbaph, I think they're a shoo-in.
So do you think Loki would be stronger than Little Ors Jr. if we didn't have like marine forward scaling of Little Ors Jr.?
If would Loki be stronger than Little Ors Jr. if everything we know about Little Ors Jr. fighting was wiped from our memories? Okay, Par. What a good
You
one.
know why yeah, dude, you have to do, okay, so like if I
So
kept on
funny.
asking you, what do you think about Oimo and Kashi versus Venus? And then we saw what we saw. Don't you kind of have to redact Ennie's lobby from what we saw? Do you think that
No.
Ennie's lobby?
You could just say that Polly and the Frankie family are that powerful. I mean, there's obviously there's obviously a way we could go, Par. If it has wheels, it can drive. All right.
Okay. Now I see what I was supposed to do. Sai, do you think that Loki would be stronger than Little Ors Jr.? Knowing how crazy strong Moria and Doflamingo are now in the story, right? Because they were the ones who essentially put. And not only that, Little Ors Jr. tanked Kuma's strongest attack. He tanked one of Kuma's Moria's strongest projectiles and Doflamingo's strongest slicing attack, the one that sliced the mountain. Do you think that Loki would be able to survive the same thing?
Yes, and it would do even better.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Also, it's funny that you say that Little Ors Jr. tanked those attacks when every single one of those attacks sent him to his knees, and we thought he was dead for a solid like 3 episodes.
No, the Kuma one was like okay.
The Kuma one was okay. He dropped to his knees.
Yeah, and he kept going. Didn't he like throw a ship after that? I don't know.
That was like after 3 episodes.
Episode like
3 episodes where he lays on the ground.
Like 2 chapters. Yeah, I mean, all right, but like if I punch somebody and then they got up and threw a car, do I say I downed them? No, they threw a car afterwards. I would think my punch didn't do much.
You have to think about relativity though. He's a massive giant in a shonen.
And
you can't compare that to a regular person picking up a car and just doing that.
Okay, so like, are Gunko's feet greater than
Par, that's like me saying, hey, Par, if you're on your deathbed, do you think it's impressive or do you consider it to be tanking if you got up when you're 90 years old and you picked up the TV remote? Like, no, what do you mean? That's the equivalent to Ors Jr.
Who would handle this? Who would handle Gunko's feet better? Little Ors Jr.
Me.
or Loki?
I would, Par.
Dude, I like. God, I want Lil Or Jr. Didn't we don't know Lil Or Jr. could be alive. We actually don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't know if he's
That's
alive or dead. His status is unknown. We don't know what happened to him after Marineford. We thought he
yeah,
was dead, like I said. It was like a joke, but Orange Jr. did go down multiple times, and he just was revealed to be alive still. So there's a chance
yeah.
that he could still be there right now.
How many characters tank 3 warlords all at once?
Like basic attacks from Warlords.
Oh no, not basic attacks.
Doflamingo's attack was unnamed. Gecko Moria used an attack he didn't even use on Luffy.
No,
Otis's shock isn't bad, but we're talking about lobotomized Kuma doing it though.
No, Kuma. No. Moria's. So Kuma's is his signature move. He used that to take down his nation like 4 times because King Bakori kept coming back. And then
So you're saying that Orange Jr. is Bakori level? Gotcha.
No, but maybe Sorbet King like island like the durability of an island. Yeah, maybe let's go. I like where you're going with that side. Thank you. And then with Moria,
you're not gonna convince me that Orange Jr. is stronger than Loki based off of what we have on paper. It's not gonna happen.
Okay. Let's get to the other part then, right? Harden dies to all of it, right?
Harden, the Prince of Elbaph.
I mean, you could say that about, I mean, in the hypothetical, they're all the Prince of Elbaph, and yeah. Does Harden do better than Little Orange Jr. at Marineford?
Does Harden do better than Little Orange Jr.? No.
Yeah, but Loki does.
But Loki does, yeah.
I think I want a Marineford where Loki's there. That'd be crazy.
I mean, dude. Ever since Marineford, people have been cooking up the craziest like what ifs, like, oh, what if Kaido win, right? You know, what if Shanks was there instead of Whitebeard and Whitebeard showed up later? Or, you know, like what if Blackbeard was at full power? Like, man, people just want a war. It's like what they say, like humanity, as long as man exists, we crave the gulag.
The gulag. You know, I just found out 10% of Russia's population was in gulag. Was in the gulag.
Really? That's
yeah,
so
that's
much.
like the world. That's the war World
record.
War II stats or whatever. 10% of them were in the gulag.
Damn, dude.
And they didn't know. They didn't realize because free press wasn't a thing until like 1943, and then they started reading about it, and they're like, "Wait, what the hell? Wait, I thought this was just
gulags?
Like, yeah, they were just like, "Wait, this is that." I thought this was just like
finding out about the Void
people.
Century.
Yeah, no, literally, yeah. Apparently that was the thing. I just saw a few things about that. So I was like, "Damn, 10% is wild."
Yeah, that's a hefty amount of people in the gulag.
Yeah, that's almost like
I don't even know 10 million people.
Yeah, I don't even know how many it was, but like it's almost like, is that worse or better than like the other side? You know what I mean? Like I feel like the other side had less than that for the Russians at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Yeah.
So going on with the chapter a little bit, you know, past the Ors and Ancient Giant discussion, we see that image of King Harald, and that guy, man, he looks like a monster, doesn't he?
Wait, no, he looks really good. He looks like he has multiple wives.
Yeah, he looks like the type of guy that would have multiple wives. The best compliment.
I mean, my biggest thing about his looks is like I like because this isn't a picture. This is like a painting portrait. They didn't have picture cameras.
Well, we don't know that yet. They have plastic. They have plastic in the world of One Piece. I mean, who's to say they don't have pictures? Come on.
See, I guess they have Denden Mushis, and then they could have printing presses. We don't necessarily know. We haven't really seen the accessibility of that outside of Morgan's.
That'd be so funny if Giants just had nothing. Like they just learned how to read and write, but they actually had had Polaroids for years now.
Yeah, and then like they use none of the footage, none of the videography skills, any of that to record any of the fight. They didn't have any cameras posted up at the castle, nothing. But then they were like, you know what? We're gonna use the one camera on King Harald, and then, like, okay, regardless of whether he was this is a portrait or a picture, the fact is he was mean mugging. Either this is his default, or like my interpretation was this is a painting. And so for 38 hours or however long it took to make this painting, he was just angry the entire time. Because he's not just like, that's not just default. Like, his eyebrows are furrowed. It looks like his veins are popped. Like, he was just like, I'm gonna look as terrifying as possible. And not just that, this isn't just a picture for me, this isn't just a picture for Facebook, this picture is going behind my throne. I want everyone to know how scary I am. And then his whole thing is about being like peaceful and making peace with, like, brother, this is not like, how are you, this is, you know what this is, if Otahime's, like, if Neptune was like this, yeah, don't come to marriage rock, please.
I love that made a comeback.
Yeah, like,
I'm glad you brought that up.
But it's like, literally, like, dude, you're not talking to anybody. Like, nobody's coming here for peace treaties. If they show up and they're like, surely Elbaph's king is gonna be nice, and like, he wants peace, let's hear him out. Doesn't even hear him out, just looks at it. Yeah, this guy is nothing but trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, the thing is that Mother Carmel, right? She had a picture as well. By the way, Polaroid picture. Mother Carmel had a picture of herself.
You're right. Yeah.
And the thing is that we knew that she was bad. You know, she's over here. I like how she was like smoking cigars, but she was smoking, you know, she's like over here drinking, hanging out with cyberpol agents, laughing at the kids. But on her portrait, she was like a saint, smiling from ear to ear, dude. Oh, man, she looks so goddamn benevolent. Because she was putting up a facade. King Harald, I would say, is also trying to put up a facade as well, right? Like, just, oh, like, I want to be this, or no, he's not trying to put up a facade per se, but he is a good person. So you'd think he would at least try to lean into that, right? Like, oh, here's a book, you know, here's my beloved son. Just something, or even smile. But he's not. He's like you said, he's mean mugging, eyebrows furrowed, you know, like, he's got the crazy head scars. Like, my God, like, he didn't even try to make that look nice. Which makes me believe that, like, is he bad? Is he evil? Am I judging a book by its cover?
I don't know, but I just had a flashback. This is a Par lore story. It came up recently again, but you could also look at this and think that he's like on the verge of tears. Like, he's like about to cry. Like, his parents just yelled at him, scolded at him. And the reason why that's a thing, all my school photos up until like high school, until I could drive, I was angry in all of them. Like, preschool, kindergarten, all of them, because every single time my dad yelled at me beforehand for whatever reason. I don't even remember.
Dad was just an angry guy.
Yeah. So every time, like, the first few times, I was like just crying. Like, I think in one of the pictures you could see my tear stains on my pant in the picture, and like, I was just angry. And like, all my pictures was just me angry because my dad just like went out of his way every school photo day. He would just like get mad at me, and it only stopped until I could drive myself to school. I had no idea why, but my friends recently just saw my pictures. And like, wait, why are you angry and all of them? I was like, yeah, it's just a thing. It's just happened.
And then I beat me before this picture.
Yeah. And then I look at King Harald and I'm like, wait, that's how I looked. Like, it wasn't that I was like angry. It was that I was like frustrated and I was about to cry. Like, I was like a 5-year-old. Like, yeah. What if his parents just beat his ass?
Or what if the reason he's frowning and he's so mad is because he knows that the world isn't peaceful? He's like, Elbaph is peaceful, but what about the next island? Like, what about what if he's like thinking about like Wano, and he's like, oh, like Wano, damn it, that place is ruled by Kaido. I hate the fact that there's a dictator over there. He's just so angry.
I just realized, you know what you were saying, like, who's Elbaph? Who stopped him from getting his wife? Maybe this picture was taken right after he was told he couldn't have his wife here.
Oh, yeah, your wife can't come to the castle, huh? And then they take his picture. Yeah, maybe that's it.
And then the people, who's Elbaph? It's his parents, right? Like, those are the only people that could be like, you can't bring your wife here. The only people who could have that power is like his parents, right? Like his dad.
Or if there's like another council, but yeah.
who would reasonably be his like spearheaded by his dad. And his
Well,
dad,
not necessarily. Like just
yeah,
because.
just straight up nepotism. What do you
Nah,
mean? We
dude.
know
What do you mean?
they literally. Who's the crown prince? His son. Who's the other crown prince? His other son.
Yeah, but what if the dad does want to be a counselor?
What if his dad wasn't a counselor?
Yeah, what if he didn't want to be one?
Oh, but what king isn't on the head of the council, especially
Sukiyaki.
in their era? Sukiyaki was literally there.
I mean,
When all the daimyo were there, he was there. What do you mean?
Sukiyaki wanted to pretend like he was dead though, right? He was like, "Ah, don't let him know, guys. I'm not even here."
Wait, no, that was Higurashi. Higurashi was like, "Oh, guys, I'm dying."
No. Like after Onigashima, after everything is all said and done, he's like, "Yeah, I don't know if I want to face Momonosuke. Like, I'll just kind of hang out." And then he showed up later, like the next chapter. He's like, "Yeah, never mind."
Yeah, but that was after the fact. That wasn't like that was like.
But that's like retirement age Sukiyaki.
So you're saying that his
Par.
dad was
If you were the
Sukiyaki.
king, if you were
And
the king
I
for
bring up
50
Sukiyaki a
years,
lot.
if you were the king for 50 years, you're done, you know, you tried your best, everything's good, your son's taken over, would you not just retire?
Is this? I just need to know. Is this Sukiyaki Cope?
It's not Sukiyaki Cope. I'm just like, he's just a great example here.
No, I don't like the way you said he's a great anything. A great example.
No, you know how they called King Harald the great warrior? We could call Sukiyaki the great example. That's his title. The great example.
Yeah, no, he could also be the
crack.
great king. The great king of what, like, of
The king of fools.
Yeah, the worst king, the greatest terrible king, like just some
The greatest of the worst.
Yeah. Ooh, that'd be.
But yeah, you gotta admit, dude, like this guy looks like Kaido, bro. Like Oda went out of his way to make this guy look like Kaido, 100%. Like you could say that, like you know, Oda just has a format, and he does. But for guys, like okay, for women, he does have a format, right? Like he's got the Nami face nailed down to a T. My God, put Oda in a Nami drawing contest, he wins like 10 out of 10. But for guys, you gotta admit, Oda doesn't recycle a lot of designs for important characters. And this guy he looks distinct, but he's got that Kaido mean mug, bro. He does. And then the beard, the mustache. Well, we could also look at this and say maybe Oda misses Wano. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's no relation. Oda's just like, he misses Wano so much, he just drew this guy.
Nah.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. And then look at the silhouette to the left, right? Right next to King Harald, you see a silhouette of like this giant monster with it's him. It's the ancient giants as a whole. But it looks like Kaido, does it not?
Yeah, it does. It's
crazy, bro.
The beard is also like basically 1-to-1. The mustache is, besides like the fishiness of Kaido, like if you took off the perkiness of King Harold's one, it's also the mustache is kind of there. The angry face, Kaido had the same picture. And then like, you know, the other part is it's not just facial. It's Oda put like it's chainmail armor type of thing, but like the design of this specific armor, which we haven't seen too much of, like it
Kaido's
looks
tattoo.
like fish scales, and it looks like Kaido's tattoo. And so why give to Kaido that exact tattoo? Oh, it's because he has the fish fruit. Why does that is that like, I'm sorry, not every devil fruit eater just naturally tattoos their devil like we don't see Lucci tattooing spots on him because he's a leopard like it's like that doesn't exactly
I knew somebody with spot tattoos. It's not good, guys. If you're about getting like leopard tattoos and you're like, let me get some leopard print, don't do it. Just wear leopard print. Never tattoo leopard print.
With Kaido's, it's like, it's cool design, sure.
Yeah.
But to say it's like, oh, he got it because of his devil fruit, he wanted to be more like, my guy could just go in hybrid and it's there. Like, it's not that, like, there's something extra about it that's very interesting. Now, we
don't even know Kaido's parents.
Yeah, and does the backstory necessarily line up? Like, we know what kingdom Kaido was there, but we don't know his parents. We do know now that King Harald does, like I've been bringing this up. We, like, the part, and we're gonna find out, I think we already found out. No, it's in this section, so it's not, like, skipping.
Yeah,
but we finally got it confirmed that, like, the idea that, Harald, Hirunden, and Loki are half-siblings. And there's many ways you could have come to that conclusion. One of like my way was like, why was Hiruden just not in the royal castle in Big Mom's flashback? Like, yeah, that's a flimsy one, but then you substantiate it a little bit more. It's like, well, now we got King Harold's name, and you look at King Harold, he literally had half brother sons that were born to two different women, and one of the moms just couldn't be brought back because she was of like a different country, and they wouldn't be accepted, which is literally what's happening right here. So if like and that's not even a crazy theory, right? You look up King Harold, you look up like Nordic thing, and that's literally the only kind of mythos behind the guy, right? And the irony is that you could have skipped King Harold. You could have went to Odin and Loki and Thor, and you would have came to the same thing almost. Yeah, there's different interpretations of Loki, but like it's kind of the same thing. Loki's mom not being accepted by the thing, or Loki's mom being of a different race or a different tribe or whatever. And so you get that. It's kind of like Oda's flipping Hiruden and Loki a little bit here, because he's giving Loki the innate strength rather than Hiruden.
And another thing I want to bring up too, with Kaido potentially having this ancient giant herald lineage, we have to remember that Kaido has a couple of giant attacks in his moveset. Like, he was able to perform the Hakuhaku sovereignty with Big Mom, kind of fulfilling that giant duo. And then Kaido also had an attack called Ragnarok, right? Which is like a Norse thing. So it's like, yo, like, Kaido could actually just, he could have that gene. And maybe like King Harold, right? If I was this great ancient giant king, the strongest guy alive, I'd be like Genghis Khan. Well, I probably wouldn't. But, you know, just spreading your seed around the world, you know, having these millions of kids. Like, people to this very day still have Genghis Khan DNA. I think that's what Oda might be going for here, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we could be seeing one of those situations where, King Harold, maybe he's good on paper, or maybe he's just lying, but either way, I think he's spreading that seed. I mean, we have Loki, we have Harden, and I think there will be, like, another person who is related to King Harold, like Ange, for example.
Yeah.
And crazy things, man.
Two things, like Genghis Khan, one, apparently that's not even his name. His name is like Tomoljib or something like that.
Oh,
Genghis Khan is just a title. And then the second thing is Genghis Khan apparently started out just because he needed to save his wife. So he raised an army to save her, and he's like, damn, I'm pretty fucking good. And then he just saved all the wives, you know? And then there we get all of the Genghis Khan lore, which ironically is like Odin saved all the wives, Loki could be doing that too, you know what I mean? So it's like Joy Boy could be doing that. Sun God Nika, that could have been his thing. King Harold could be doing that. And then backing up to the whole Kaido having a giant moveset, Big Mom. I've had a theory, one of my like main Big Mom theories was that it's likely that Big Mom has Oni blood in her. We don't know how, we don't know where. It might be related to how Onis / ancient giants came into existence. This is giving us context for the ancient giants, but more so like how did they come into existence is what that Big Mom thing was coming to. And that was saying like Zoro, other characters, there's a bunch of other characters we have to look at that are probably related to this Oni ancient giant lineage. And who was the other half of the Hakoku sovereignty? It was Big Mom. Big Mom and Kaido did it, right? So, and then like you said, we're seeing that's a giant specific move. And sure, other people might be able to recreate it and do it, whatever. But the fact is it's exclusive to giants at this moment, except for that moment. And are those not giants? I don't know. You look at Kaido and Big Mom and tell me that they're not giants, right? Like Oda,
they're like semi-giants.
Yeah, Oda depicts them with the same steez as giants, like in every way and form. And the gap that they have, I would say, above giants is like the Oni perspective that he gave Big Mom and Kaido. And like I'm saying that very like the Big Mom thing. You watch that video, you'll see it. Like Oda gave Big Mom Oni like very specific Oni things to the point where Big Mom and Kaido are representative of the literal primary story that's not just Japanese centric. It's all of the world uses this story as a building block for all stories, which is the blue and red ogre or Oni, which Big Mom, Kaido, Blue, Red, Oni. It's a story about one Oni trying to sacrifice his own reputation because the other Oni wanted to be friends with the world. And Big Mom kind of has that, like, she wants to be friends with the world and she has her own thing. I'm not saying Kaido took that, but like, there is like a blue red thematic that we use throughout all pretty much all of storytelling, and that's like a primary story that's like Japanese centric, that we see pretty much in all anime. Like blue red hair characters have that similar thing. The main thing is that you change the blue and red to like just opposite colors. We see that all the time. And so Oda was supplanting that thing with Big Mom and Kaido. Now we get the king of Elbaph, the strongest king in history, looking like not just like Kaido, like literally like they look like they could be brothers almost, not even just father son. Like it like sure maybe not father son, but like my guy looks like they were raised by the same people. Like they taught how to look at the world angry. Just like that. It's kind of crazy. The only thing that would make this crazier is Harold. You told me Harold's like a belligerent drunk, right? Like that's you. Then we're locking it in, right? So I don't know. It's kind of it's just there. I see it. I don't know how we're gonna fit it in, but I think it's gonna get fit in. You know?
Yeah, like Uncle, or maybe like, King Harold just put a seed in the ocean and it like gave life to Kaido.
I think that is like an Odin thing, right? Like Odin just like procreated with the oceans and shit.
I don't know what you're talking about, but sure, why not? Like that sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the idea of like sending human semen to space, right? Just the idea that like, oh, maybe we'll give life to something in the future.
No,
kind of interesting.
I think Loki like has a story where he like procreated with the ocean.
Oh,
And he
Loki.
created, like, no, I'm just saying like Odin, Loki, like their level of characters in mythos. They frequently.
Oh, when you said Odin, I thought you meant Wano Odin.
No.
Yeah, I was
That's
like, what is
Odin.
Par on about?
Come on, Sai. That's
Oh
come
yeah,
on, Sai. That's
yeah,
Odin.
Odin. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Japanese man.
Yeah. Come
So-
on. It's Odin Sama. Come on.
So we got
Not
some
Odin the Allfather.
crazy things with Harold. So right now, where are you? Do you think that Harold was a good guy, bad guy? Like, do you have any like horse in the race yet, or anything you're leaning towards?
All right, let me ask you this question first. Do you think Harold ripped off his horns in front of people or like on his own? That's really important for me.
I think in front of people, maybe.
All right, then he's evil. He did it just for show.
Yeah, it's a act of
Yeah.
vanity.
Yeah, exactly. It's way different if he just came out and they're like, "What did you do? You took off your horns?" And he's like, "I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. I'm now the peaceful king of Elbaph. I'm putting my horns behind me." Do you think he kept the
Well-
horns?
I think it's better for like the PR team if he did it in public rather than just like behind closed doors, though.
Yeah, but PR teams never like that's never not never, but like in it of itself, like PR public relations, you're doing it for the relations of the public, which could mean a good thing, but we mean it in marketing terms, right? Is he just doing it for marketing? Like, is he a social media content creator, just like showing off?
I mean, maybe
to the
he's
world?
pushing his idea of peace.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, memes aside, like I think like he has to be good. The question is like you could spin like a lot of Kaido stuff in a PR way where he seemed good internally. You know what I mean? Like, especially if it's the people were benefiting, right? If people are benefiting from Harold and he created a time of peace, it almost doesn't matter like what people would overlook things and stuff like that, right? So it does matter like who we're hearing it from. And at the moment, it's all one-sided, like kind of good stuff, except in this moment, right? I guess like Rodo would be like a good and like opposite end, right? Because he's kind of he doesn't like little people, and he kind of also is like
like, but then we see his logic when Zoro asks him, like, wait, why would you follow a king with tainted blood, right? And he's like, oh, he was kind. He was the first person. So we see how like flimsy that is. And I say flimsy a little specifically, in the sense of like, when it comes to King Harold, like, clear, he hasn't ever been to the throne room. He's never been to the castle. What does he really know of King Harold in the first place? We don't really know. And even what he's saying is like he's said to be Elbaph's strongest king. He does he know personally? Has he seen that personally? The man who tried to form peaceful bonds with the outside world, like says who? Like does the outside world has the outside world ever reflected that? You know what I mean? Like it's just Elbaph kind of saying that. We don't necessarily know the context. So that's why I'm saying like it is interesting all of these things that we're getting. Now we have a perspective of him. Then we see Loki countering him, and we're also confused about Loki. Is Loki the good person or is he the bad person? Is he being is he the scapegoat here or is he actually the perpetrator? It's all so confusing. And then on top of that, who's the one for making the castle forbidden, right? Because King Harold died, and the only survivals King Ja Rule and Loki. So then it's like all of those things confuse me. And like I don't know what to believe. Like I guess like if I want to read face value, yeah, King Harold is good. It's seemingly all the giants believe so. From Ange to like, you know, basically every single giant that's mentioned King Harold, he's been trying to do good things, right? Oh, and then also, wait, we don't. Oh man, I wish we knew how old the kids were, because we don't know if the kids were alive. I want to assume that those kids are older than 14 because like they're giant kids, but we don't necessarily know. So they might not even know King Harold, and they just like are following like the like the outset of what he proposed, right? Before we thought he died 6 years ago. Then we assumed the kids really knew him, but it might not even be that that's the case, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, it is it's tough to say. Like I don't really know where I'm at with the King Harold. And also we don't know how long King Harold was king for, right? Because that I think that's also big, because if he's king for like 150 years, and how long did he want to create this peaceful world? Then he's just a failure, right?
Well, it's hard to unite the world, though, you know?
Well, yeah, sure, but then we have the reality that while he was king, Dory and Brogy were the giant pirates were out pillaging the world and completely destroying his whole thing while he was the king. And they didn't even disband because of him. They disbanded because Dory and Brogy decided to fight on Lilgarden. That's the reason why the giant pirates disbanded. So then it's like, so then what did he even do in trying to form peaceful bonds? We haven't seen any real like result of that. And he had what 100 years minimum maybe to do that, right? If he's an older giant, right? Dory and Brogy are already 150. Let's just say he's like 200ish, right? So he was probably king for like 100 years. That probably overlapped with the giant pirates, and it ended early with Loki. But even when we look back in history, when have we ever seen anything positive for the giants ever? Really? Nothing really, you know what I mean? Like that's why it's kind of like interesting, where it's like when you look at a king, when you look at a ruler, a politician, anything, what they say and their reputation almost doesn't matter on when you look at the results, right? You kind of have to look at like what they did, and it's like, okay, well, this person was only there for 4 years. What could they have done, right? But no, but the guy was king. He was the dictator, you know? Well, we don't know if dictator, but like strongest man, ruler, and then we don't see any of the results of it outside of it, other than the kids like learning and Saul coming here and being like, and the king was like, yo, yeah, let's do that. But like that was recent. That was 20 years ago. So I don't really know what is he reformed? Is he recently good? Because then that would make sense. But what was he like before, right? And then why was Hiredin treated so badly? There's also the inconsistency of the wife thing, right? Like why wasn't his wife allowed to come back? And why is there discrimination among giants if he's trying to create peace amongst all that? So Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm gonna wait on King Harold stuff. I haven't even been like in the boat to like make theories around him because I'm just liking what Oda is giving us at the moment, and I want to wait a little bit more. Seems like Oda's like in the moment of giving us a little bit more information until we form an opinion. But yeah, what do you think about King Harold? What side are you on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the
I
same
know
boat.
you like picking. Oh, you're in the same boat.
Well, I'm on the same boat where like I tend to like not pick a side too hard because we don't have enough information here. But if I'm going based off of vibes, I do think that he might not be a good guy, which could be just what Oda wants you to think because he's frowning in the picture. But yeah, I think he might have been like there's a chance he was working with the world government, for example, right? We saw them pop up in the throne room. We don't know what's up with that yet. Like, have they been here before? Why do they know about Loki? Why do they not bring up Hardin into the conversation, which we'll talk about later too? But there's a couple of weird things about that. And then we have him and Loki's fight. Like, there's a small part of me that, like, you know, conspiracy theorists, I'm thinking that maybe what if Loki and his dad were on the same side? What if they were fighting the 100 Giants and they won? And the only casualty was him, King Harold. And that could explain why, like, Jarl has Harold's sword in his head. Right? Because that doesn't make sense still. Like, Loki has his weapon right now. He has that hammer in the back, and it's King Harold's sword in his head. So it's like maybe Jarl misinterpreted the situation, and King Harold tried to put Jarl down because he's about to fight Loki or something of the sort. I think there's a lot of weird, like, nuance to the situation that we don't know about yet. Like, we're only getting the story from one guy, and that's Jarl. Like, he has a sword through his head. Like, can we even trust his word? Is he lobotomized? We don't know. Yeah, but yeah, my gut right now is telling me that King Harold isn't good. But that might just be too obvious.
I think like it's what you were saying. Like, Oda wants us to think that he's not good based off of this, right? But this part is so small. Like, you're saying it's surface level, but you're looking a little bit further into the story too. And the thing is, the dialogue supports that he's good. So Oda wants us to. It's almost like Oda gives us that he's good, he's bad, he's good, he's bad. Like, and which one is he? And he's trying to confuse us. But here's another point too, right? Like, why was it Mother Caramel was the envoy of peace for the Giants when the Giants were all going to be executed at a moment when that would have been like one of the greatest like parts of like trying to, not greatest points, but like trying to charter peace reasonably? That would be still with like King Harold is definitely alive, right? Was he king? Can't say, but that was only like 100 years ago, or that was even less. That was 68 years ago. So like he surely was king, and at the same time, Mother Caramel was revered, and King Harold would probably be the king, which would probably mean that Mother Caramel probably knew King Harold to some extent.
Yeah, what if they're working hand in hand?
And yeah, and then we find out who Mother Caramel is. She's working with the world government, and she's kind of operating that way, and she's like, is this like, how does like not, yeah, obviously she's tricking people or whatever, but King Harold being in that position is also odd, right? It's like, why was like one of the only humans that were also revered that was allowed to operate have direct ties to CP0? And not just that, like CP0 was like coming to Elbaph. Like, that's also another thing, right?
Yeah.
Like how is that, like, that's not a, do the Giants just like not care who comes here? Do they see a world government ship like, whatever, they get to come here too? No, they probably noticed this cipher pull, and then King Harold's like, I'll leave it. They're my friends too. You know, like something like that. There's something odd there. But like that's where it's also like your idea that you said Loki and Harold are on the same side, right? But then it's also like Loki doesn't like the cipher pull agents. They don't. They don't like the celestial dragons. So Loki, if Harold was working with the world government and Loki doesn't like them and thinks they're scum of the earth, who did he learn that from? But then that kind of puts him on the opposite side of Harold, if that's the case, right? So then it's like, okay, Harold also doesn't like the world government. But then how does did they just not know Mother Caramel was like that daft about it? Like, maybe, sure, Mother Caramel was able to do that, and they were like, oh wow, she actually chartered peace. I'm gonna reward her. Sure, that could be the route too. But then it's also, where is any, like, any of the results. The only results for Giant Peace was Mother Caramel. So it's like, what? How did that? What did he? Why are the Giants say he tried to form peaceful bonds with the outside world? With who? How? What nation have we seen that as like, oh yeah, the Giants many years ago tried to? We've never seen that. We've literally never seen any positive anything about Giants ever, any touching of that. It's kind of wild that that's the case. And the only kind of like PR for them was Mother Caramel, which is not a giant, who's foreign to them, who we don't even know if she like talked to that. And here's the other thing: Ja Rule and the other giants were like, "Oh my God, her son is the sun god," which is like, what? How do you have the sun god lore here and think that like some random thing that she's spoken is the sun god? That doesn't even make sense either. So it all of that is interesting. I'm like, yeah, I'm still in the middle. I don't really know. I think Oda is trying to play with our perspective like always, but maybe Loki and Harald are both bad actors and they're just both on different sides. I don't know, but I'd like to think that Harald doesn't like the world government, because like that's what Loki was doing. And I do agree with you though, like I feel like Loki was maybe on the same side as Harald at somehow, some way. But and one of the main things being Ja Rule's head ornament being a direct like, wait, like that's literally, it's not just like, oh, the bullet matches the gun and stuff like that. No, this is literally the hand matches the sword. like we're seeing multiple depictions of that sword right after seeing the sword up close. And it's like, hey guys, doesn't that, like, I'm surprised no one's pointed, they're staring at the picture and like, wait a second, that's the sword. Zoro's is like, I know my swords. That's the one in Ja Rule's head. And then Rodo's like, I never really noticed that. You know, like, that should be a thing. Yeah?
Maybe, unless it's just like super generic and we see like more of them later. But yeah, I mean,
we're staring at swords, many of them in the castle. None of them look like Harald's.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, maybe like there's other swords we haven't seen yet, but I mean, what we're trying to essentially get at is that there's too many variables to really know what's going on right now. Like, that's why we like shit it out like 1,000 theories here. Yeah. Like there's just so much like we don't know, like Mother Carmel, Harald, world government, etc. And you know, like I like the idea of Harald working with the world government just because we really don't know how Harald was planning on getting world peace. What if his version of world peace was working with the government? Like that's how he was going to do it.
Yes, that's 100%. That's exactly what I meant by like, from one side, what does world peace mean? What does creating peaceful relationships mean?
Because Otohime, she wanted to join the WG, right? She wanted Fishman Island to be recognized and have rights for fishmen, and her version of that was going through celestial dragons. So yeah, there's a chance that Harald is the same way, and maybe it could be like a judge type situation where he was working with the world government, kind of like how Judge worked with Big Mom, and then at the last minute, the 11th hour, they get betrayed. And maybe that's why Loki thinks that these guys are scum, because he knows about everything that happened there. Yeah. It's like, oh, like we were supposed to be with the WG, and then you scum betrayed my dad, or, you know, something like that, which is a little bit convoluted. But I mean, all these theories are kind of convoluted because we just don't know. Like it's like trying to make a theory about One Piece from chapter 1, Romance Dawn. Like, it's not super possible, right? There's a lot of ways we could go here.
Yeah. And
yeah,
another side to it too that I think is significant is Mosa. We don't know what tragedy he experienced, but like this situation, for example, the only survivors are Ja Rule and Loki. So Mosa's definitely not here.
Yeah, 100%. Right? Because, well, Mosa could be here, actually.
But then Loki was just like, bro, if I was there, I would do X, Y, Z.
Maybe he witnessed something else, though. Maybe not this specific event. Maybe there's an event prior to it or an event after.
Yeah. That's where like, again, we didn't even talk about that variable where we get another context of like an Elbaphian. Well, we don't know if it's Elbaphian. We don't know anything about Mosa, but whatever he's saying is relevant to Loki.
Yeah.
And this is a very relevant to Loki event. And like, we're now talking about like royalty level stuff. We're talking about like the castle. Like this is all relevant to Loki. So what else would be that relevant to Loki? Well, surely something on this tier. And Mosa seemingly witnessed that, and they're have some kind of bond. And as we mentioned before, and other people brought up, is that Mosa had like an honorific that kind of referred to him being a noble. So it's like, where does that come into play? And we know that he does not like not world government, celestial dragons who are nobles, and that word came up like noble knights, holy knights, whatever. So it's kind of showing that Mosa is not like on that side at least, right? So even there, we have another angle of like someone else who's like related to this, but not like they weren't here, but maybe they were here. What's the event that you think that they could be here?
Maybe they saw King Harald get betrayed by the world government, or maybe they saw something of the sort. Maybe the reason why Loki hates the world government is because he heard a story from Mosa. That could even be the case as well. Maybe Loki was in this battle, and maybe Loki was unbeknownst to like anything that was going on here, and he just fought. Right? There's a chance that happened, and then later on, him and Mosa talked, and then Mosa told him like, "Wait, this is really why that happened, and that's why they became friends." And plus, I think Mosa is in this castle, and I think the Struts will find Mosa because of what Mosa said and what Loki said. Loki said, "Hey, you must be really bored. Like, you know, like, you got nothing to do, man." And I was like, that's really odd because like it makes it sound like Mosa is trapped somewhere. Mosa is hiding. And in this chapter, we learn that this castle is forbidden to enter. You can't come in here. So what if like Mosa has been locked in this castle and hiding in this castle for the longest time? This is the best hiding spot in Elbaph, unless he's in the Heaven World. So I think there's a chance like we go farther in here. Maybe Nami goes to the treasury because Nami wants the Elbaph treasure, and we open the door and he was locked in a vault. Something stupid like that. Which I think wouldn't make too much sense because I feel like the minute we find out that giants are like unconscious, we would immediately go to like Loki. But
yeah,
it's interesting.
That's actually because like whether or like hypothetically, if Mosa wasn't like he's catfishing Loki, right? Because there's an opportunity where he's not on his side. But like you said, what if he's locked in the castle and it's kind of one of those things where Mosa could have been the instigator here? And Loki might not have witnessed all this stuff where King Harald died and the Jarl stuff situation happened. And it was actually Mosa who did it. And he was describing how he tried to save Harald and he's trying to paint it. And Loki's like, but Loki at the time was trying to maybe free Mosa, right? And so in trying to free Mosa, he might have failed. And then Mosa's like, dude, I tried to save your dad. I did this, and this happened. And maybe Loki would have been capable of doing everything, but he just wasn't there. And that's the situation where he's like, dang, if I was there, I would have leveled everything. I would have destroyed everyone. And then Mosa's like, oh, thank you for your kindness. And that's where it's like, kindness, like that whole weird interaction comes into play. And like, it could be something like that. And for sure, like, there's so many directions it can go. And something I was thinking about, like, in terms of world government peace treaty thing, like another thing that came to mind was like, one thing that we have is that the world government, not the world government, like we're seeing Oni, ancient giant places here and there. There's also like the fighting fish. The fighting fish are like Oni-fied goldfishes. Like they're related to goldfish, we know that, but they have the same Oni horns, and they're just like wild. They're like roid rage permanently, right? And we don't know necessarily why. I think Dellinger is like half fighting fish,
which is like fish.
Also just like I don't even want to know like how that, like what happened there. But I've talked about how like fighting fish that could be related to the Oni blood, ancient giant blood in the past too. But another route that we have to talk about is like, how did numbers come into play?
Why did Kaido why did he fancy them as well, right? Like he kept them in his crew. And
Big Mom. Big Mom wanted them too. And the thing is, we do know from law that the world government has been gigantification has been wanting to gigantify people for centuries. That's what Punk Hazard was. That lab for centuries they've been trying to do this. We don't necessarily know the depth and the success of those things, but we do know, at least in recent situation, is that separate from Caesar's project was a numbers project, which created many ancient giant-sized things. And it could be related to the dinosaurs or dragons, for example, considering Vegapunk had dragons and dinosaurs or whatever. And were numbers there in the flashback recently with Vegapunk and Clover? I don't think so, right?
Yes.
Did we see a number? Oh, we did see a number, right?
We didn't see them we don't see who it is, but we saw like somebody peeking over with horns.
Right. That's what it was. And the symbols were already there. Like the symbol of Punk Hazard is also just like an Oni thing.
It is not.
It is not? Wait, I thought it was. Wasn't it like...
So the symbol of Punk Hazard is not an Oni. If you look at it, the horns are coming from the mouth, which are a little bit different.
Oh.
Which is odd.
Well, that goes back to the other thing that I was saying, how like in Mythos we've confused mammoths and cyclops for that reason.
Yeah. I use the Punk Hazard logo and how odd it looks to say that maybe that is going to be a celestial dragon later. Because it's up there right next to like the obviously like the Punk Hazard logo, or it's right next to the world government logo and the marine logo.
Yeah.
So I feel like whatever that is, it's got to be more important, and I think it just could be like a celestial dragon or a god knight.
Yeah, and then the other part about that is that the thing that they fancied on there were dragons, and dragons are this current celestial dragon symbol. So maybe in the past that was the symbol instead, and it got switched to like dragons for some reason. But going back to the other part is like, when it comes to ancient giant blood, given the numbers situation, where did they study that? Where did they get that stuff from? King Harald removed his horns. What if it wasn't necessarily for this like altruistic / like humane reason that Rodo is perpetuating? Maybe there was some kind of negotiation like, hey, it's kind of like King. Like if King was a like Lunarian, if he was a king of something and he wanted a peace treaty, I'm sure they're like, hey, can we study you? Can we like take a blood sample? What if they were like, yo, can we get your horns? Those are remnants of the thing, and that's scary. Like your first step for our thing is remove your horns.
Oh, maybe they remove the horns, and that's how they're able to create the numbers.
Exactly. And so the horns could be what we saw of like the not of saw / like an inkling of how a peace treaty could have formed, right? We don't like for example, we don't know what Otahime did or gave or whatever information, how she chartered that peace treaty. But it's the Celestial Dragons, like they want what they want, and memorabilia is one thing, cool rare things is another thing. I like thinking of like Big Mom, like the way she operates too. Like she's kind of like a collector of those things, like kind of like some of the Celestial Dragons. I could see the horns being something that like maybe he didn't want to remove them and they asked him to and he did, and then that's where they turned his back on him, right? Because imagine this, like King Harald, right? We talk about how he has all these kids all over the place. If this theory is correct, or this idea, then that means all the numbers are also King Harald's kids. And imagine King Harald finding out, like they're like bastardized, brutalizing, beating, torturing, just like ancient giant offsprings of his. Like that would be insane, right? Like he would, that would be something that would cause like a huge rift in any peace treaty, right? Like another example, imagine if King found out that he's not the last Lunarian, and that there's a bunch of seraphims walking around being experimented on and used at the world government's behest. King would blow a gasket. King would become Super Saiyan.
I don't know. Would you?
Would I? I think so, but
I feel like if I had like ties to them, I would. Yeah.
I think King would, without a doubt. Even going back to Kaido's flashback, right? Like in the manga, it was kind of unclear. The anime kind of made it sound like there were other Lunarians, but King was like on site. Like the moment the guards like that tortured him showed up, boom, killed, dead. And he like the whole thing about with Kaido was like, yo, like my people, they were hurt. You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna change the world, I'm following you. It doesn't matter. You prove to me that you are you are capable of creating a different world.
Joy Boy.
You know, and that's like, what if Harald had a situation similar to King, where it's like, we've talked about this, how Lunarians, Onis, like they're in the same boat of ancient races, and it's like now we threw in Buccaneers and possibly some form of fishermen, and it's like, boom, we're getting some kind of parallel here. And what if we don't know where the numbers came from? We have yet to know. And the thing is, we know where Orz's body was. It was with Moria. We know that Orz was more or less like, not Orz, Hogback kind of like kept it intact. We saw a little at Orz Jr., but we don't know where the body went. But we know numbers kind of have to like predate that, right? Like it would kind of make sense. Unless the numbers came from little Orz Jr. and the world government's just like lying to us about where his body came from. But like you said, in Vegapunk's thing in the 26 years ago, we saw ancient giant looking thing peering over the wall. So that's before little Orz Jr. And little Orz Jr. had all this stuff. So it might be that it came from King Harald, who we know removed his horns. So where did those horns go and who took the horns, right? So all that stuff is kind of interesting. And then like, was the devil fruit also given? Maybe that devil fruit was given as a part of the thing. Like, hey, yeah, we don't need this anymore. Like, we don't even care about devil fruits like that, right? And the world government's like, neither do we. And then 13 years ago, boom, that's how the world government had it. And like, maybe that's why Loki was trying to set sail to reclaim it. It could be something like that, right? Like his dad was lied to.
Yeah, we really don't know, man.
Yeah. It could be that this image was taken at the moment when King Harald realized he was lied to.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
You find out Santa isn't real, take a picture.
Yeah, but memes aside, I think there's something there with like him removing his horns, the world government, the numbers. Like there has to be some kind of like.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. No, I'm right there with you. I do think he removed the horns, gave it to the WG, got betrayed multiple times, and I feel like we're gonna find out that Harald might have just been foolish. Maybe he was like, yes, you know, like of course WG, I'll do this for you, I'll do this for you, I'll do this for you, and then at some point he's like, wait a minute, am I being played? Yeah, like, that could have been it. Maybe he was a fool.
That depiction of Harald is literally with Loki, right? They literally said every time Harald is gone, Loki is just out and about and doing whatever. And Harald kind of never really punished him from what we know. So It's like, is he not gullible, but forgiving maybe? Gullible could be one of them. Could be a pushover. Could be he's so strong he doesn't really see this as an issue, right? So like, and then that's another part that I brought up too. Why was he gone so often? Like, did they set sail like that? Like, no, not really.
Maybe he went to the Holy Land.
Yeah, and or maybe he was allowing himself to get experimented on. He was just going to Punk Hazard all the time. Like it could be that.
It was like a Kuma type deal where they're like, yeah, like, you know, just experiment on us for a little bit, and you know, it's all good. Oh. What's up?
Okay. We got a full stop on our previous conversation. Now let's go to Sai's favorite part. Oh, I'm gonna bring it up. Maybe King Harald's Bonnie is Ange, and he was giving himself up to save Ange from whatever thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it could be that she has like he wants, like maybe the Onis are known for the war torn thing, and she's the most onified one of them all. And he was like, Vegapunk, I need your help. And so he was offering himself, and the world government said we could fix her. You know, just like a girl who got arrested and a guy have you seen I just came across an IG account called Mug Shouties.
No.
Have you heard about that? Oh, it's so crazy. It's a bunch of like, you know, 8, 9, 10s, maybe some 5s and 6s in there, but they're arrested, and their mugshots
right now. Yeah,
and it's the comment says what they're arrested for, and all the comments are just like, I could fix her. Like one is drunk driving. It's like, Your Honor, she's intoxicating me. She could drive me home, like shit like that.
And this one murdered 10 people. Well, why aren't I one of them?
yeah, it's like shit like that. I just came across that and sent that to all my friends. Like, bro, this is so funny. And like, What if the world government said that about Ange? Like they were like, "Oh, we could fix her," you know? Oh man, yeah. So the point is that, you know, what it like there it could be that this is your opportunity, side. Ange was the crux. He would do anything for his daughter, just like Neptune would do for Shirahoshi, just like any Kuma would do for Bonnie. Boom. King Harold might not have been a good leader like Cobra, right? But
Yeah.
he was a good dad. And what do we rate? Is a good dad better than a good leader? Yeah, I think so sometimes, right?
Nah, be a good
The
leader.
No. But the thing is, the problem is that Dragon's apparently not either, right? Like he's not a good dad or a good leader, so no one gives him any slack.
Yeah, until Dragon does something, it's like very questionable. Like I need to see the vision.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Mug Trotties right now. It's so funny, dude. The post gets so many likes.
Yeah.
Like it would be funny if like for every person they post up on there, like there's a GoFundMe to like pay their bail or something. That'd
No,
be huge.
look at the
Is that what they
bio
do?
of the account. The bio of the account.
Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, there it
Be
goes.
encouraging, like, will someone post bail for these girls? Like, that's like so crazy.
We got to. Guys, get your wallets out. We need to save them.
Yeah.
It falls on us.
It's so funny. I was like, when I saw this account, there's like 3 thoughts that immediately came to mind. Like 2 people I wanted to share it to, and then I was like, oh, we gotta talk about this somehow.
We gotta bring it up. Yeah, would King Harold show up on Mug Shorties? I don't know.
No, not King Harold. Pre-current story Ange.
So here's the thing too. Ange has a hat on. Do you think underneath that hat we'll see horns? Maybe. Or maybe she takes off the hat and there's like a scar from where her horns used to be.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying.
No,
See,
dude,
like
I've been on that boat.
It could be a Skypiea situation. King Harold. We don't, like you said, we don't know how early on they've been starting to read and get into things. The Skypeans were all about God's words and stuff like that. Oh, give me your first daughter and stuff like that. So Ange could have been his first daughter, and he was like, instead of her, take me. Take me instead of Ange. And Ange's like, no, Papa, no, they take me. You know, she could be like, what's that? Oh my God. It could be that Ange is like, oh no, this is so randomly and not even related. That one, Kosu Suna. It's an anime.
No, never.
Yeah.
Never watched it.
Aqua's the main girl.
Oh, Konosuba.
Konosuba. There we go. Where the yellow hair girl, the girl who's just like, take me. Oh, you're gonna torture them. Woo.
Yeah.
My armor fell off. Like it could be that there's like a giant like that. That'd be so funny. I feel like Oda's the type to do some shit like that too. Oh God, that meme is so funny.
I think Ange could very easily be an evildoer. I think it's set in stone, to be honest, man. There's not a
no.
What's up? How do I know?
No. We know that that's what you think. Like you're saying that as if like, hear me out, guys.
Yeah, but I mean, with
evil.
every chapter we get, I feel like it leans more and more into that, though. You know, like now we know the situation with Harden and Loki's mom, and it's like, yeah, like Ange could easily just slip right in. I mean, we're even throwing Kaido in there. We could easily slip in Ange.
Wait a second. Does Ange look a lot like Harold? Just like without the eyes.
So I saw somebody say something crazy. And they were talking about how Loki has a thing for... What was her name? Lola? Yeah, Lola.
We talked about this.
Oh, yeah, we talked about this. So Ange kind of falls in line, right? Like Ange right there. Like Ange could be Loki's literal sister.
Falls in line
with what I was talking about earlier.
How does Ange fall in line, Sai?
Because she kind of looks like Lola, does she not? She's like shaped the same way.
Oh, shape. That's a very interesting word there, Sai. Descriptor, shaped the same way. How would you describe Lola? Would you and Loki make the same decision about Lola?
What do you mean same decision? Like Proposing?
He's head over heels. Yeah, he wants to marry. He's still thinking about her to this day. He got rejected by Lola. Are you in the same, like Loki's? I would say you and Loki actually look really similar. Like very strapping young lad. When people see you, they are like, this guy has aura.
No, they don't.
That's what they. Yeah, they
Nobody ever says it to me. Stop.
They see your tats. They literally see your tats and they think you're like Loki has the tats. It's the same thing.
No.
I think when people first click on the channel, they're like, "Who's this softy?" Like Par's a softy family guy, and then who's that really cool guy he's next to? And then all my viewers go over your channel. Yeah, no, 100%. So like, would you be just like Loki in image, aura, and decision about women regarding Lola?
No.
Oh. Why? Why? What's wrong with?
Oh, she's not my
Lola's
type.
pretty great. She's really committed.
No.
Loyal.
I probably would have left her and killed her in Thriller Bark or something.
Oh my god.
See, I thought about like what I would do if I was like the Straw Hats, and let me tell you, man, I'd be like Captain Kidd on the seas, bro. Dude, so many dead bodies, my man. You know what I mean?
We don't even know if Kid has so many dead bodies. That's the funny part.
We assume, you know?
Apparently, Law has 100 at minimum heartless like bodies lie somewhere on Hachinosu. Some of them too.
No, they're not. They're not dead though.
They're
just
not dead.
Don't have hearts.
Heartless.
Yeah, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, not terrible. Would you want to live without a heart?
I think it'd be kind of cool. It would be a hell of a story, right?
Yeah, like if I could keep my heart outside my body and put it in a safe box, wouldn't I? I feel like yeah.
I mean, that was the thing with like Davy Jones, right? From Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah.
Yeah, his heart was it was like in a music box, but he didn't like that though. He was kind of upset. That's how people like controlled him. They're like, Davy Jones, listen to the British Empire, or else we'll squeeze your heart. And he's like, ah.
But yeah, back on the. So you were saying Ange and Lola look similar? Okay.
Yes. So here's the two headcanons. It's either they look similar, so Ange actually resembles Loki's mom in a way, and that could be another hint that like Ange is the daughter of Harald and Loki's mom, or we could spin it and say that maybe if Loki's tastes stay the same, maybe he gets with Ange later. Like imagine this scene, right? Loki's about to destroy the Straw Hats. He's about to destroy Elbaph. Like he is on a rampage. He's about to kill everybody. And then Ange shows up and she puts her hand on his head and says, "Stop, little guy. The sun's going down." And then Loki calms down. And then he falls in love with her.
You need to make this fanfic. This needs to be on a website. I don't know what website, but it needs to be.
It's like a spin on the Hulk, where she's like, the sun's getting real low. Like we would just change up the words a little bit and then have it be so Loki.
You're saying, guys, this is what Sai is saying. Sai is saying Ange is equivalent to Scarlett Johansson. That is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it here first. I mean, Par agrees. He sees the vision. They don't call him the Par vision for nothing. I mean, Par actually DM'd me a minute ago. He said maybe we'll see her on Mugshot Shorties pretty soon. I was like, okay, Par, I got you, man.
Wait, I like how you made that. Like you made that up when I actually did say that a while ago. I said, what if past Ange was on Mugshot?
Yeah, but current Ange, here we go. You know, like it's a thing.
Wait,
man.
What's different between past Ange and current Ange?
Maybe past Ange had like dyed hair or something, like a rebellious teenage phase.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got you.
Come on.
There was something else. Oh man, there was something else I was gonna bring up regarding the whole Ange thing. Oh. Wait, so if you're saying Ange looks similar to Lola, and Loki has a thing for Lola, and so Loki's mom might be that was my idea. That Loki has like mommy issues.
Yeah,
that's where this all came from. Yeah, and then
you have to remember, I stole your idea though. Don't forget that.
Yeah, 100%. And so the crazy thing is that Lola's mom is Big Mom. So then wouldn't it make sense if there's some kind of relation between Big Mom and then Loki's mom?
Big
or
Mom
Ange's mom?
No. We've kind of seen like Big
or
Mom's
Ange.
like parents already, you know?
Yeah. I mean, but like that's what I'm saying is like there's some kind of relation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what would the
Like we're
relation
seeing
be?
twin brothers. I don't know. I don't know what. Listen, when you say relations and with One Piece, I don't have the slightest clue, bro. There's a
Yeah,
character
but you can't just say things like that. It's unsubstantiated, Par.
Wait,
You're just creating theories out of nothing, man. Where's the substance, bro? Come on, man. Exactly.
You know how
See,
like when you record
silence.
these videos and then you post it up and then you immediately delete the file because you don't have to bloat up your thing.
Yeah.
I feel like that with like some of our conversations because like there's like 40 references, but I feel like I deleted the file already just now, like of earlier in the thing of unsubstantiated bullshit that you brought up about like the Wano and like the cover story and oh my goodness. We haven't even hit the most exciting part of this chapter, which is the crazy part.
What is the craziest part? The fact that the fact that Harden wants to unite all the giants? We can't skip that.
Oh yeah. And let's not forget that something about what this dream is bores Zoro because it's something that he's like so you can be reasonable. Oh wait, the official translation is actually kind of different.
What does it say?
Okay, hold on. So the TCB scan said Rodo says that Hyden says, one day I'm going to unite all the giant tribes. I'm going to be king of the giants. And then this is after Zoro says, why are you joining Hyden if you know he has tainted blood? And then Rodo says, I want to make his dream a reality. And then Zoro says in the TCB scans, that kind of boring motivation is nothing new to me. And in that translation, it kind of like nothing new to me kind of is like, okay, so this is old news. It's kind of, is this similar to what Luffy's saying about his dream? He wants to become king of the pirates. And the previous part that we keep on missing is one day I'm going to unite all the people in the world. Is that what Luffy's saying? Is that the kind of boring motivation that's not new to Zoro? And like, I kind of memed on this in my reaction, but like that is what Zoro said in the TCB. Whereas the official says, to read the full thing again, Zoro asks Rodo, so if Hyden's blood is tarnished, why do you ride with his crew? Which I kind of like that wording, ride with his crew. And then, Rodo then quotes, I want to unify all giant kind. I'm the man who will be king of all giants. I want to help his dream come true. And then Zoro says, so you can be reasonable after all. Kind of boring. Which is very different than the TCB scan.
Yeah, I haven't read that one. I just read the OP scans where Zoro just kind of says, yeah, like been there, done that in a way. So
yeah, which is more related to what TCB said, which has been there, done that. Kind of sounds like that's in relation to Luffy's king wants to be king of something like XYZ, and we see the
I
format.
saw it more so like maybe Zoro was like annoyed that him and Road have like some commonality or common ground. That's kind of how I viewed it. Yeah, more than like the been there, done that. Like I just think.
But why would you say it's kind of boring then?
Just to meme on him.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean that's how I inferred it.
But then why would Nami be laughing like that?
Because she knows that Zoro's the exact same way. That's why.
See, I took it as she was laughing because she's like, yeah, like that sounds like Luffy a little bit. Ha 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 ha. Like with the dream part. Not
no, for me, I was like, she's laughing because she knows Zoro, like how he actually feels, and that he's the exact same way as Road. And Zoro just doesn't really want to admit it or like have that common ground.
Interesting. Yeah, because the other part is like I don't think the Viz scans doesn't fit either of our interpretations. Because
what does the Viz say again?
So you can be reasonable after all. Kind of boring.
Yeah.
Because that's not in relation to the dream. That's in relation to Rodo.
Yeah.
Like specifically. Right? Like, and you're saying that Zoro's memeing on the fact, I guess I want to help his dream come true. So you're saying that the Viz scans, it kind of fits what you're saying too.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like all of them kind of fit the same general idea. So it's not like that big of a nuance.
Yeah.
Because it seems like more of a joke than anything.
Yeah, because I think I saw some comments pointing out that like some of the comments are pointing out that I missed this part and that like Zoro was saying something else, and I was just like, I was just laughing at the part because in the TCB part, it said that kind of boring motivation is nothing new to me, and I was just like, the boring motivation. I was like, damn, Zoro hates unification. Zoro hates equality. Zoro's on that.
Oh.
That was in the reaction.
Oh,
I was,
yeah.
like, leaning on that. Yeah,
I was gonna say, like, I didn't get that part, but I could see how that I could see how that could happen.
Yeah, the kind of because the thing is like that kind of because in like that's the main thing. It's like that's the difference between the Viz and TCB to me is that they're putting Zoro's emphasis on different places. In the TCB, the emphasis is on what Hiredin said. That kind of boring motivation is nothing new to me, which is, I'm assuming the motivation is the dream. And so he's like mocking, like, that's boring. Versus in the Viz, it's talking about what Hiredin is saying. And so Hiredin's motivation is, I want to make his dream a reality. And then he's saying it's kind of boring. Which is that's where the awkward part is. It's like, I guess you'd have to say that Zoro is saying that is mocking him because it's boring. So Zoro's bored of doing that, or he's mocking him for being the same as him. So either way, it's very interesting how the translation works. I would want to see if Sandman has like another take on that part, but
yeah, I think it's like a small thing, but at the same time, like we get Rhodes' backstory, and it's sweet, it's simple, you know. Just Road being bullied, and then Harden steps in. It's like, hey, you draw good maps, man. It's dumb. What do you mean?
Yeah, bro. This is just generic anime backstory exhibit. This is literally the first option.
Yeah, and it's good.
No, it's we've seen it 40 times probably in the last 2 years. Like, this is straight up.
It's a great backstory. Come on, you're just a Road hater, man.
No, I'm not. I'm a. See, Oda even said this. Oda said that he wanted to be unlike any other shonen. That's why he created Gear 5. And yet he comes here with generic backstory A for generic back character Rodo.
Would you rather have Road have like a 10-page backstory than like Kuma?
No, I don't even think this is like, I think the backstory could be the same. We just don't need to. We didn't need the 3 panels to show it. It could have just been like, yeah, he liked my C charts. We didn't even need a back. It could have just been like,
no, it's Rodo. Great, dude. People love Rodo now, and people really enjoyed his backstory.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, people. It's like a burger. Like, people enjoy burgers, but it's like,
burgers are good.
Should I commend?
You know, people enjoy burgers. You know, I mean, that's
should I commend
awful.
Gordon Ramsay for making a burger? Oda's like the Gordon Ramsay of chefs, right? Like, you know, or the mangakas, the whole world is looking at it. And then if Gordon Ramsay pulls out a burger and it's just like a generic burger, it's not like, what?
Funny you say that, because Gordon Ramsay does have the Ramsay's Kitchen burger, which is really popular. And Gordon Ramsay actually owns like 15 different burger restaurants.
Yeah, and that's fine.
And they're like, amazing. They're amazing.
Okay, so sorry, are you going to his steakhouse or his burger place and ordering the $150 like Michelin star burger, or are you gonna order something else? What are you doing?
So at that point, you're saying that you're not a big fan of it because it's not high quality. So you want Road to have a high quality, fleshed out backstory is what you're saying. You'd rather that happen than getting this?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying a burger's a burger. We see the burger. We don't need to see the burger every single time. You know, you can just be like, oh, I have this backstory with burger. You know what I mean?
The burger took up no room. It was 3 panels.
Yeah, 3 panels too many. We could have had a refresher here.
Your favorite. Yeah. You love refreshers. You notoriously hate refreshers. You're the worst when it comes to this.
I love refreshers.
No, you don't. We literally got the Stanson refresher, and you were upset. You're like, oh, really played a small part, huh? I was like, oh.
So wait, that was Stanson? That's crazy.
You hate refreshers if it doesn't follow your narrative.
You know what's funny? Someone in my stream chat said, wait, that was Stanson in like last chapter. They're like, that was Stanson in the side. There's a whole sub conversation in the chat about that. And I'm like, that's crazy. So the Sabo refresher did nothing to people. First of all. Second of all,
it did something. They just needed a minute to digest it. The reason reason they didn't realize it was Sanson is because you're over here peddling some narrative like, Rayleigh actually played a bigger role than the Straw Hats. Oh, have I told you why Rayleigh's better than Scopper? We haven't even seen Scopper. Oh, just because he was on the Pirate King crew doesn't mean he's cool. Yeah, the whole even like, rant about that.
This wasn't even like a member or mod. My members and mods are like, see, Par explained the refresher perfectly. This dancing character was back there, and he was explained in One Piece Blue. It was actually revealed there, and then so the guy was like, "Wow, thank you, Par." And your community for showing me that. I really didn't realize that.
They did not say thank you, Par, for you and your community.
It was literally there. What do you mean?
No, this sounds like AI generated. This isn't real.
You're telling me your community doesn't thank you for informing them? Come
not
on.
Like that.
You're saying it's that outlandish that you're helping your community like keep up with the story, and wouldn't you say that without you some people wouldn't be able to keep up with all the spoilers? And how insulting would it be if I said that someone complimented your channel and I said, is that ChatGPT generated? Come on, Sai. Come on.
No, if they type it out exactly like that, thank you, Parvision. You and your outstanding community helps me keep updated with the latest One Piece news. I actually did not know that this was Stanson, but you've increased my knowledge on the subject. You are amazing, Parvision. And it's like, yeah, like that sounds AI. Yeah, of course. I'm not gonna call it out, but deep down, I'd be like, yeah, I'm talking to a robot.
I like how you said my like default, like this is just me speaking sounds like AI. Like, what are you saying? Are you saying that AI is modeled after the Parvision?
No, you said you read his message verbatim.
No, I didn't say I read. I was recalling from memory. Apparently, my memory is just ChatGPT.
Which is a compliment then. Who does want to be ChatGPT?
Well, thank you. I think that they did, scrape my brain for information, which may
and that information is gonna be false because you're over here hating on Scopper because he's number 3 on the crew.
I didn't.
And then you're over here. You're like, actually, is Scopper even that important? Because we have Odin. That was you.
Wait, okay, hold on. Actually, no. Remind me to tell you after the call something related to Scopper.
No.
Yeah, after the call.
No, I don't want to hear your Scopper takes.
No. You
I'm not gonna remind you.
You gave me something, and I read it recently, and I was like, wait a second, this is crazy. Mystery number 69 is crazy. And I want to show you that. And I'm not even memeing. It literally is. Or no, it's mystery like 2 or something.
I think Part, if I remind you after this call and it's not good, I'm never gonna I'm never gonna refresh your memory ever again.
No, please. I need to. I told you I love refreshers. Please refresh me.
No. Okay, but anyways, we learn about giants that live around the world. It's nothing exactly new because we knew that Saul was a thing. How'd you feel about that? Did you like hearing about other giants around the world? Were you a big fan of that?
I mean, I'm confused. I am very, very confused. That's for sure. Because it's like, wait, what are we like? Where are these other giants?
Yeah, where do they live, man?
Yeah, and why is Elbaph like known as the land of giants, and yet like there's another like I mean, the first thing was like
Wano,
okay, how does this fit? Is this fit because it's like it's what's it called? Like Whole Cake Island, where it's just a bunch of islands attached to Elbaph, and they're just talking about like a different place inside. And like to put in Whole Cake Island terms, is it like Chocolate Town is hating on White Chocolate Town? Like they just hate each other, and for whatever reason we don't know. And it's just like, oh, we never accept white chocolate in Chocolate Town because white chocolate isn't even real chocolate. It's just sugar. It's just random sugar things. It's not really cacao. Maybe
it's kind of like what
Rod
Rod said, right? Like they just discriminate like humans, right? Just depending on where you live, that's gonna be something. As long as there's something to divide people, it always will.
Yeah, so maybe that's what it is. And like in Norse mythology, there is the I forgot what. There's the dark elves, and then the I guess the
regular
white elves. Yeah, I think they're actually just like the white elves. I forgot the name for the term, but I'm sure a lot of people have come across this name scheme for a specific One Piece reason. But I'll say that for later, later on in life. But in Norse mythology, there was like I mean, it wasn't like, I don't even know if it was like color based thing. I think it was just like origin based of like the elves, which was like land based, I guess, because they had different regions. And yeah, it's sounding like that, but like we don't necessarily see that reflected on Loki, Hired, Harold so far. So I don't really know what's coming of that. Like because also when you look at Hiredin's mom's different than Loki's, right? But like Hiredin looks like King Harold, right? Like he looks
Harden?
yeah.
Yeah. I'd say Kaido looks more like him, but yeah, I could see Harden. Like I could see like 50% of Harden in there.
Yeah. So like it is it's kind of it feels like when they say like, oh, she's from a different place, it's probably just like an island away. It's probably just past the roofy cloud.
I mean, it's kind of like what? Like Saul, right? Saul came from the West Blue, and then Son Juan Wolf is another giant that came from the South Blue. And then we have like the random giant tribes like Wotans from Foxy's crew, and then we also have the Yeti Cool Brothers, who are like these weird giant hybrids, I guess. Like we don't really know what they are yet, but yeah, they're weird.
They're mystery giants.
No, they're weird, bro.
Please use the canonic straight from Odo words, okay? Don't create your own
Yeah, the weirdos. Is that better? The weirdos. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
the weirdos.
Yeah, I mean, we know that giants exist out there somewhere. It could be like Wano, where, you know, it's a closed off country, but they wanted to leave. They wanted to do their thing. So they hopped on a boat and just left, and then they kind of split up. It could just be that simple, too.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, we don't know what happened in the Void Century.
Oh, yeah. I mean, giants live a long time, and the Void Century was just like, what, 3 generations ago?
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the world government had to have like some kind of giant intervention, right? Because like, how do you make the gates of justice?
You need a giant, or you need Mitatomo.
Nah, you need Mega Tomo, bro. Mini Tomo, Minatomo isn't cutting. You need Mega Giant Tomo. Like that thing is so insanely massive. It's like, to this day, that's probably the biggest thing in One Piece besides Zunisha.
The Gates of Justice, yeah.
Yeah, and there's
Massive,
3 of them,
bro. And
it's in the middle of the water.
Yeah. Oh, or maybe they got it drop shipped.
Timu.
From Timu. So Hardin's mom, though, like, do you think we'll see her pretty soon? Because she's still alive, according to the story. they don't say that she's alive verbatim, but they didn't say that she died. So she could be around here somewhere.
Someone said a very smart thing, and I'm surprised you're not echoing. Do you know what it is? And someone said it, one of my viewers actually.
Oh, thank you, Part Vision community. What'd they say?
they're like mothers don't matter in the One Piece.
You know what? They kind of cooked. All right, fair enough. I mean, they're not wrong.
They were like, oh, like here's a huge theory about like all these moms. Just remember that they're all probably there was something along the lines of like, don't think too hard about it because moms don't matter. I was like, okay, that's a beautiful. I need a video like that where someone theory crafts about like a certain group and then ends it with like, at the end of the day, this is all really important, but the people don't matter, and those people are just women who give birth to kids. Like,
I mean, Oda did say like, moms are the antithesis to adventure, so that's why, we don't really pay too much attention to them. It's like, okay.
Yeah. See, and that's why we got to thank the Par Vision community to remind us of the word of Oda.
Thank you, Par Vision community. You guys make me way more knowledgeable.
Yeah. I still can't believe you forgot that Who's Who had horns in the flashback. That's crazy.
I did not forget that. Par's the one who forgot. The saber-toothed tiger hater over here. Now...
Watch the first 5 minutes of this video.
Nope, it's not there. So we go to the Realm of the Dead. Loki's getting everything kicked out of him by Gunko. And he's like, this is only because...
Everything?
Yeah,
What's
everything's getting
everything,
kicked out.
Sai? What is everything,
His
Sai?
life, his cojones, like just I don't know, his pride, you know, like blood is getting knocked out of him too. Everything, man. And he says it's just because he can't move. But Shamrock says the results would be the same even if you could move.
I think
which
that's
is pretty
lame as
cool.
hell. No, that's lame as hell, bro.
that's so
Dog,
cool,
you're
man.
such a
What?
you're such a glazer. Imagine beating up Dwayne the Rock Johnson, and then he's like, "Unchain me," and you're like, "No." It'd still be the same. It's like, oh, it would be like that's such a lame thing to say. If you're saying it'd be the same, just untie me.
No, because he's trying
And
to
then-
recruit him. Like, why would you know, like that's incentive, right? Like,
No, but the result would
I
be the
will
same.
I will unchain you if you join us.
Yeah, but he's saying the result would be the same regardless. He would be beaten the same way. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but
matter.
why would you go
chain or
through the
not.
extra effort then?
What do you mean the extra effort?
If
Yeah,
the-
but you can't- okay,
even
no, it's not about the
if the
extra effort
results
side.
are the same, the amount of energy put out would change. The results would be the same, but you'd have to try a little bit harder though, right? But,
okay,
like Loki
okay.
would be moving around and like doing his thing. Like, no, just kick him on a tree, dude. Easy.
I like how you, in this moment, because it's preferential to you, when the roles were reversed, if we saw like the Giants kicking someone tied to a tree, they'd be like, "Oh, these guys are lame out. Where's their honor? This Giant is a loser." You'd say some shit like that. Loser Giant. Rodo's a loser.
Nope.
And is a
Nope.
weird loser Giant. Yeah, I remember that. What kind of Giant ties up people and hides them in a building? Only a loser. But the moment the world government does it to people the exact same way, oh my god, the world, take my money, the world government, they're the coolest characters in the thing. Roto's literally doing the exact same thing the world government, the same thing, and you're like, loser Giant, blah, 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 blah. And here you are, literally showing that.
It's because I like the
right
Celestial Dragons, bro. But at the same time, like the results are the same. And this is what Sandman was correcting as well.
Okay.
Because apparently, people were like they're like having a debate about this as well online. They're talking about how the results would be the same. So they're like, oh, this is downplaying Loki. Loki's not that strong or whatever. So they're wondering if there's like some contention there. And
I took the opposite, but
the Viz says it doesn't change our question. That's what the Viz says
yes.
in response.
Yeah.
But Sandman corrected that, and he says actually TCB is more accurate, where the results would be the same even if you could move.
See, the thing is, I like what TCB says, but I think the meaning of what Viz is saying would apply. So it doesn't change the result, right? Viz's one is saying it doesn't change our question, right? So it's like, what if you take what TCB is saying and says the result would be the same even if you could, is kind of just like, well, like we're still we're beating your ass or regardless. Like you're either joining the Holy Knights or we kill you. You know,
Yeah.
like, and it's like it doesn't change our question. Are you joining the Holy Knights? If not, you're dead, right? So I guess in that scope, it is like it takes it away from like the power perspective, and it moves it from like your situation doesn't change, chained or not, right?
Yeah.
We're in control here, whatever, right? So like, but I get why.
And then he also goes on, and I guess it's a thing with Shamrock's speech as well, because Sandman says that when you word it like this, it's also more formal. He says Shamrock's speech is very formal. It's a lot like Lucci's, not as casual as Shanks' speech. Shamrock is confirmed to be commander of the Holy Knights, but Gunko also doesn't use polite language with him as well, which is interesting.
Wait, that last part. Gunko doesn't use polite language with who? Shamrock?
Yeah.
Polite language as in formal or kind or like or respectful? What is the polite?
I'm assuming respectful.
Okay.
And that's something people pointed out last chapter as well. Like in Japanese, Gunko's a little bit more like abrasive towards Shamrock. It just, I mean, like more like her manner of speaking, you know, because Japanese has all those different ways you could say certain words. So yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting. We see Gunko use her arrow no mi, and she's over here creating giant boots and is pretty much kicking him. I love the way she uses the arrow no mi. Do you think it's awakened? Because we see arrows coming out of the ground. And also, you already know where we're going with this. Is this the arrow that we saw in Imu's throne room?
Seems very similar to the arrow. Yes.
Yeah.
The main difference though, or it's not even a main difference. Like this, the way Gunko showed off the power here is so odd. It's one of those things where it's like Arrow is like I think I did say this. Like I said,
Yeah.
the power is either gonna be so vague and like over bloated, or it's not gonna be like that. It's gonna be like some kind of magic thing, right? But like this is kind of weird for why did I say that about the arrow thing last time? Oh, because we saw the arrow and the way it was like disconnected and stuff like that. And I was like, this is already very interesting. And we see it here where she explains her powers. Wait, actually, it's probably important to see the translations of this. Does Sandman give any clarifications, or is TCB and Viz kind of in line?
He doesn't say anything else. But this is
Okay,
also
so
like just 30 minutes ago. So he's like online right now going around.
Got it. So the Viz says those arrows are the confirmed path of my very future, a declaration of unavoidable violence. But it is possible for me to change the course. That's what the Viz says. And then the TCB said, these arrows show the trajectory of my future. The outcome is unavoidable. Only I can stop it before it happens. And so the reason why I say that's interesting is because like what in his explanation, she says those arrows are the confirmed path of my future, and then we see it applied where she has the arrow, and Loki kind of figures out by that point that it's kick in the face and then uppercut, and then we see her follow the arrow, and the arrow does its thing, and it doesn't damage Loki per se. She does, her kick does, and then the uppercut, and then next to that, like and so just stopping there, that depiction of that arrow is not the same thing at all with what we saw at the whole in Marriage Raw. But next to that, then we see her arrows piercing the animals and pinning them to the ground, which that is a lot more similar to what we saw in the Holy Land, where the arrows themselves were projectiles. So it's like whatever she explained, there's obviously way more to it, especially because we had seen the arrow literally just like strangle the wolf without her doing anything. And then on the other side, we saw her strangle the giant without really doing, like, she didn't move. The giant just fell, and it was like, ah. And so from those instances, we would not really come to this conclusion, right? Of like, oh, these are my confirmed futures, because she didn't move. The way she used it against Loki is very, very different. But so considering how over bloated the arrow no mi is, I kind of do think that this is what we saw at Marriage Wa, and she was probably just like there, and
She was hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, and we see her step, and then the arrow kind of comes away from her, and it seems like it is coming from like this. It's not even the ground. It's like there's like a gooey, fiery, like shadowy type of thing. That's more similar to what the situation was in Marriage Raw, where like they've transformed, and in the fire of like all this stuff, then boom, a shadowy arrow comes out. And like that's like, it is weird because we were like, where are the Holy Knights? Why aren't they defending Emu? And it's just like, it feels weird that now we find out that the arrow was actually just a Holy Knight, because that was the one thing that was like, okay, that could have just been any of the Gorosei powers. That could have been Emu, and that would have been fine. And now we're just saying that the Holy Knights were there, but like not really there, because now we're also adding that not only did Sabo escape and Wapo escape from the Gorosei and Emu, no, the Holy Knights were also probably there too, and just like watched Wapo leave, and like they were just like, oh, like that eye in the wall, that's fine. It's whatever. Vivi also escaped the Holy Knights while present, because that was the cope, was like, oh, the Holy Knights weren't there at the time. So that's how like Vivi escaped.
You know how crazy it would be if it really was Gunko and she was able to put Sabo down in one attack?
Yeah, that too. That's also, it's like funny. It's because the Sabo is fine, sure, but he did get stabbed, and he was in like pseudo Logia, like he's a Logia. So like this arrow's crazy. And Gunko like took down the Flame Emperor, in one attack. And it's like, damn, like this is supposed to be the Rev's enemy, right? Like that's and like this is Gunko, and I guess like second in command so far, from what we can tell. If we're not including Garling, if not including Garling, then Shamrock won, Gunko second hand, I guess, and then Sabo's technically that too.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, the arrow we see in Emu's room, it could still be Emu's tail or something else entirely. or maybe Emu has all of their powers combined. Like, there's so many ways we could spin this, but yeah, you're right. Like, this arrow looks like Emu's, what we saw at Marie Joie.
Yeah.
Outside of that, though, like, Gunko saying these arrows show the trajectory of my future, that's a hard one, because Gunko has a really interesting way of speaking. Like, even at the end of this chapter, she says, oh, like, why do they not yield? Like, even if it means death, is this their faith? Like, I do wonder if this is just how she speaks. Like, the arrows don't necessarily, like, she doesn't have to follow the arrows in that path, but it's more so like, hey, like, these arrows that you're seeing, that is fate, but I can change that. Like, it's not necessarily like she can't stop it.
So then,
or like she has to follow it.
But then the question is, why did she? If that's the case, then she didn't need to go through the hitting Loki the way she did. If the arrows are just gonna do it anyways, right? But we literally see her surfing on the arrow, following it.
Oh yeah, because she's yeah.
Yeah. So like, but what I'm saying is that when Sabo's situation, there's nothing following it. The arrow itself is the projectile.
Yeah, it's up to her.
Right, but the arrows here are not the projectile.
Yeah, they're not.
So that's why I'm saying the arrow is different than like what she described.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that she has a lot of versatility. Like, the arrow can be the attack, but it doesn't have to be the attack. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, I feel like it's weird because
we see her piercing, like you said, we see her piercing and like pinning down animals later. Like, so it's really, I think it's just up to her, like, how she attacks. Like, does she attack with the arrow? Does the arrow stab them? Does it strangle them? Does she follow the arrow and attack with the arrow? And maybe that does like double damage. But also, like, we have to take into context that she's threatening Loki, so she wants to show him the arrows. Like, hey, if you say no, like, this is gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, we don't know enough about her yet, and that's why I see people saying like she has to follow the arrows or the arrows can't do damage. It's like, I disagree.
Yeah.
Because like, I mean, we don't know yet, and then even like her manner of speaking, right? Like, oh, like, this arrow is my future. It's like, yeah, she could just be a weirdo and like talk like that. She literally talks about like, oh, like, is this their faith that keeps them this unyielding? It's like, like she has that noble way of speaking. So I feel like this is something that she would say, and it would fall in line.
Not
like,
that I don't like
Yeah.
the power, like, not the power itself, but like when like I use the word over bloated, and like when I play League, I'll be saying that a lot more too. But like when it like we're gonna get at some contrived JJK level explanation for a power, and it's gonna be like, okay, cool, whatever, right? But like this specific power exists in a lot of anime and even in like Japanese folklore. Like this is like a game type thing. I think it's like a cup game I saw like recently that was explained. It's like you put the cup down, you put your hand on top, and the other person puts the cup down, and then they put their hand on top. And the point is you're supposed to get them to mess up the pattern. And if you get them to mess up you all both know the pattern, but it's about like tricking them or, you know, messing up the pattern so that they mess up. And that's kind of what this is like. I think Demon Slayer had like the I forgot the ball. There was like the arrow power too in the first season. The Tanjiro had to fight very similar to this. And I think I did say like last chapter, though I didn't even watch Soul Eater like that. She reminded me of a Soul Eater character, and I don't even know why I said that. But then people were like, "Yo, this is this character from Soul Eater," and I'm like,
"Yeah." People were
really?
saying Medusa.
Yeah, Medusa, that's the one. Yeah, and I didn't even watch the show. I was like, this feels like Soul Eater. And then they named the character, said the powers kind of similar, aesthetic or whatever, similar, something like that. And I was like, damn. So it's probably like this is probably like a influenced kind of thing. Like Oda's referencing something. It's gonna fall in line with something else in Japanese folklore, that very common game. It's also like that game. I don't know if you've seen it, where it's like you point in a direction and the person is supposed to, when you point, they're supposed to react, and if they look the same way that you do, then you win. And so then like they're knocked out, and you're supposed to like point, and then if they look the opposite way, they win. And you're supposed to try and get them to mess up. It's also like that game too. I forgot the name of that game. I think is it called Ninja? I don't know. Maybe it might be the racist name, but yeah,
I haven't heard of that one.
But yeah, it's interesting. This is definitely interesting. It does take us away from the whole mummy.
Oh yeah,
yokai, that direction for sure.
Which is interesting. Another like key distinction we get later is that Gunko has she doesn't have the world noble title that Shamrock gets.
Yes.
So that could be a reason why like her powers are like a paramecia with the Era no Mi.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about it is like, well, it's interesting because they put the world noble thing in parentheses under the holy knights, and like we don't know if like what the emphasis there is, but like let me pull up the other chapter with what's it called, because they don't put the saint title. So like that was confusing to me when I was reading. I was like, wait, what? Why isn't the saint title here? It was 1186 or 1086. Is that when get for Garland? Let's see. His name is Saint Figarland Garling. Like when we got introduced to Garling, they gave us the saint title, and it was like emphasized all the gore say saint. But then when we get Shamrock, he's not saint, and it's like, wait, what? Why isn't he a saint? And I don't know if World Noble is a proper, like if is World Noble just like the Holy Knight part, or because I don't think we've ever seen a Celestial Dragon that's supposed to be a saint without the saint title. It's always Saint Figarland.
I mean, I'm sure we
Shamrock.
could. I'm sure we could call him Saint Figarland Shamrock too.
Which I want to, but like the fact that we have a Shanks character who most likely won't have a saint name, right? Like we're not gonna just like, you know what I mean? Is the Holy Knights thing like he's a world noble and that's what that's saying, and Gunko isn't a world noble, or are they both just not saints? And is it
I'm
because
assuming
they're
it's just
twin?
Gunko.
That could be. I mean,
Yeah,
we
I
also
mean,
don't.
I'm
Also
just gonna
don't
go
know
make that assumption.
Gunko's. We don't know Gunko's lineage either, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the other question mark of she looks similar to some characters. I have like a viewer put up a theory that I really, really like that I might actually like put out a video for. But like it could be that like Gunko could also have like a Holy Knight parent, right? Like that could make sense too.
Oh
Bonnie
yeah, I feel like that makes
is
the most sense. But I think the strangest thing is that like we just don't get that saint title with her. You know, we don't get the world noble title with Gunko, which is just odd.
We didn't have that before, did we? Because she got introduced before.
Yeah,
And
but
she
the
didn't have
reason I'm
that.
saying it's odd is because like that's what Garling has though, right? It says world noble.
No, Garling doesn't.
Or
it
not?
doesn't
No, sorry,
say-
not Garling. Shamrock.
Yeah.
Yeah. For Shamrock, like Oda went out of his way to say world noble,
Yeah.
but he
for
doesn't do
her,
the
she
same
said
for her.
Holy Knight Gunko, and for him,
And that's it.
he said Holy Commander of Holy Knights, Figarland Shamrock, and then the World Noble is in the parentheses.
Yeah.
And I'm with you in the separation. Obviously, it's Shanks looking character, so there's going to be a lot of separations. But I did think it was like, wait, why not give him the Saint title? Like, literally, all these people are born with the Saint title. Like, that's odd. Like, you can get
Maybe
stripped of the Saint title.
I think it's just because they put world noble in quotation marks or in parentheses already. Maybe
Yeah, I
this
have
Oda
to-
didn't want to be redundant.
I'd have to look back to see if like they do that in other places, but like it is very. I think it's worth noting.
That's fair.
The fact that because like we do know that you can be stripped of the saint title, we just don't know when that's ever used, and if it's always necessarily like a bad thing, right? Like not a bad thing per se, but more so like dishonorable thing, I guess. Like it's like because we don't know the context of the sainthood. Usually with the saint thing, you have to become like saint titles in our world were given most of the I think most of the time after death.
It could
we
even be like
name
after a certain age, but we don't really know.
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
but for Gunko, I think it's just really important that she doesn't have like the world noble title or the saint title, right? And we don't even have like a last name for her. It's just Gunko.
Yeah, yeah. Which is where, like, you know, the connection, the instinct thing of she looking like Koala. Koala was a slave. We don't necessarily know what context, but we do know that Bonnie exists. And Bonnie is a child of an ex-slave and a celestial dragon. And they never even played with the idea that she was a saint or world noble, right? Because she was given away, she was thrown out essentially, right? So like, is Gunko the same boat as Bonnie? And it could be that Gunko is some form of experimentation, maybe a different kind of experimentation, and she was more or less treated with like she passed, so to say. Like kind of like like if Sanji were to awaken his thing now, right? Like I guess Judge would be like, oh, I guess he works. Like we could include you in the Vinsmokes, sort of. So like it could be something like that, or it could be like Bonnie, how Bonnie like Saturn's like, oh, like her powers are a success, like. But then again, Saturn just wanted her dead. So it. But point is that Gunko could be similar boat to Bonnie, plays a very interesting picture for what Bonnie, or not Bonnie, Gunko could be, like a backstory wise, as far as the viewers' theory goes. I agree with most of it in it being a sad story, but we talked about on stream how like it could be that she was long leg, long limb, and a long arm, and the Celestial Dragons tortured her and pulled off her limbs, like how Big Mom said she wanted to do with the long limbs as a kid. And so it's probably that, because that's all of her appendages are bandages at there, and then she has robotic feet, and she uses the bandages for her hands. She kind of reminded me of Vi a little bit, the way she was using her powers. But yeah, point being that she the idea was that she was a tortured quadriplegic that ended up getting the arrow fruit, probably in a similar vein to Boa. And then I positioned the idea of like, yeah, wouldn't it make sense if like if Boa wasn't freed, she would probably follow the same trajectory as a Gunko, right? Would someone so strong with such an insane devil fruit just be left in the thing? And the irony is that she also has arrow fruit. She also arrow powers. Her powers depict arrows. So like maybe that's something there too. So maybe like we're gonna see a bunch of arrows come out. Like all the powers are gonna be arrow related.
Yeah, I mean the Baron Omatsuri movie with Lily, the Lily incarnation, that's all arrows.
Yeah.
Oda likes arrows, man. I mean Oda even talked about like how like before, like one of the previous ideas for One Piece was like having knights and archers and all them. So yeah, arrows were always going to be a prevailing thing.
Speaking of that, this is what was cool also, is that seemingly, at least from instinct, I don't know if anyone's like verified this, but this is back from like my Bogard video and Zoro thing. I was saying this is before the Holy Knights were revealed. Or not even revealed, even mentioned. I was saying that Oda's going to introduce a group of swordsmen that are likely going to be heavily European, and then we got the Holy Knights mentioned probably like 4 months after, and boom, this guy is not. He's like looking like the most. He has like some of the attire from like many aspects of One Piece, but it felt like very French. French is what's it called? Inspired.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone verified that yet, but like French thematic. But then also you were talking about like the knights, and Oda wanted to do all that stuff. Archery is huge for warfare among that time, and so it's like if the Holy Knights had like a command of archers, that'd be kind of sick. And the archers came in the form of like arrow powers, so that'd be kind of cool. And yeah, and I don't know. This is a lot there, thematic wise, power wise, a lot of pieces to be fit in here, for sure.
Oh yeah. So Loki continuously turns down the offer to become a god knight, and Gunko just kind of lays in. You know, she knocks him out with her powers, which I think is pretty cool. You know, I know Loki's chained up, but I mean, I really do trust Shamrock when he says that the results would still be the same. Yeah. Like Gunko and Shamrock would just win this battle and he'd be down, which is pretty cool. Shamrock finally stands up. He takes off the hood. We see his armor. We see the name and everything. He looks awesome, man. He's literally just Shanks, but obviously without the scars, with the arm, and with long hair. Did you like Shamrock's design?
Do I like Shamrock's design? I mean, this outside of the Shanks part, yeah, I loved it.
Who do you like more right now? Do you like Shamrock or Shanks more?
I like here's a question.
Yeah.
It says son of Saint Garling, 5 elders, right? Is there a world where he's not Shanks' twin brother and he's Shanks' dad?
Nah,
you're locked in that it's like a twin brother clone.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Shanks' dad, then this guy's old, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why he couldn't be old.
I mean, Shanks is like in his 40s.
I mean, how old is Garling?
We don't know Garling's age, but I mean, I doubt this guy's old enough to be Shanks' dad. But yeah, I think it's I think it's the
teenage
brother.
kids. Could be teenage. I mean, I just saw a video where there was 6 generations. The mom pointed to, or the kids pointed to the mom pointed to grandmom, pointed to the great grandma.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't think that's gonna be the case though.
You don't think so? I don't know.
So would you put more money on this guy being Shanks' dad then than Shanks' brother?
You know what actually threw me off a little bit?
What?
The hair length. I was like, is this
Some
like
good hair?
Yeah, I mean it's longer. I was like, I wonder if like because like Dragon has like long hair. I don't know if Oda's doing a thing where it's like the mid generation. They got the long hair, majestic stallion vibes, and then like Garling has a set in like the lunar like he's set in stone like that. That's he's a full person, but this guy he could be Shanks' dad. That'd be kind of interesting.
So do you think this is Shanks' dad then? Over brother. You got. If you're gonna bring that up, you have to say one or the other. Which one would you put more stocks into?
More stocks? I think twin, or not twin. Sorry, like the clone thing, which is we talked about this like synonymous for us. But I'm not opposed to the dad thing.
Yeah,
I'm not opposed
to
it. I think. But
you think it makes more sense for it to be a brother though?
I don't know. See, that's where it's hard. Like, what do you mean? Like, what does
a brother mean?
No. We came from a version of event. Like, why does the brother thing make more sense to us? It makes more sense to us because we got like years of indoctrination of that interview is like Oda turning down the twin brother question, right? And it's like, okay, so what if like.
For me, it's the age. I mean, it's also the appearance.
The age could be it, but like, I feel like we've had, I don't know. I feel like it's not that crazy to think that like Shanks 20 years older, his dad, and then 20 years older, you get an 80-year-old Garling, right?
So you think this guy's 20 years older than Shanks?
It'd be something like that. Why not? Why not? Why would that be so crazy?
Okay, I mean, if that's your theory, that's totally fine. Like, I'm not gonna try to disprove it. I just don't agree with it.
So my point is that why is like it's cloning twin stuff, right?
Yeah,
there's a lot of context that you have to add on there, and all I'm saying is like it could just be a middle generation and it could just look the same.
Hey, that's totally not like fair. I'm like I said, I don't agree, but that's totally fine. Like, I don't see that happening, and that's why I do put more like clone or twin. I think it's just it fits better with how this guy looks.
But why
and, like,
do you think it fits better? You think we think it fits better
because of appearance.
The appearances.
Yes, this guy doesn't look old enough to be Shanks' dad.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay,
and then the voice as well, like the hair, like I mean, the whole thing just screams Shanks of the current day.
Wait, what voice?
If he's the guy from
actor.
Yeah.
But what about Olvia and Robin having the same voice actor?
Yeah, that could be a thing. But I mean, like they're still family,
But parent's daughter, right? Same voice actor. Oda did that, and we know that. And then
he did. And but the thing is that I still think that this is going to be just the Shanks brother. So no,
I understand that, but what the pushback, you said the voice, right? And then the voice is, you're saying the voice because we saw it in 908 or whatever.
Yeah,
and it's the same voice.
And you're saying that because Nico. But the thing is that you can at least tell that they're different, though.
I mean, you could tell that these two are different too.
Yeah,
what do you mean? Yeah.
No. The point is that Nico, Olvia, and Robin did not exist at the same time.
I mean,
Kid Robin had a different voice.
If Olvia wasn't killed,
and Robin got older, then I would believe that they would have different voices by that point.
No, but they didn't. They didn't. Oda did the flashback with Robin, and they kept the same voice. It was just Robin voicing to herself.
No. Par. What I'm saying is that if Olvia is still alive today,
yeah, you think they would get a different voice actor for
because she's older.
Older Olvia, then okay. That's what's okay.
But
Interesting.
yes,
Okay.
the age at which Olvia died is around the same age that Robin is at right now, which is why I think they have probably the same voice, and of course they're related too.
Yeah. Well,
But what I'm saying is that if Olvia is alive today, she would not have the same voice as Robin. They would age her up a little bit. Kind of like how for Robin, when she was younger, she had a different voice as well.
Yeah, but that was so I mean, we're talking about voice actor stuff, which is like super intricate. But my thing is like we've had 40-year younger Garp as an adult, same voice actor. We've had a younger Whitebeard, not a child, same voice actor. So, but the difference you're saying
the
is
cadence
child
for
Robin.
those.
Of course, 8-year-old Robin's not gonna have 28-year-old Robin voice, right? But yeah, when Olvia, they had kept the same voice actor, so that's why I'm saying like I don't see the voice actor part being a proper pushback.
And that's
to, like,
fine.
This is the brother.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like I could see them doing like that could just been like 15 years ago One Piece, or however 10 years ago One Piece.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we're just gonna, this is easy. Why would we cast a guy that's not gonna even be in the show like that much later?
So like it kind of gets back to the point. If you don't see that being like good justification, I think that's fair. But
yeah,
all in all, I don't see a reality where this is Shanks' dad.
I think for me the clone thing mostly comes from like not the clone thing, the twin brother thing comes from that manga thing, that editor that made the manga thing that's verified 100% official, that was like right, I think like 2 years ago or something like that, right off the onset of the movie. That's like a main thing. And then like Vince Smoke stuff, like we have certain things that contextualize, but other than that we don't really have like Holy Night things, other than the other part that I like is the Bonnie part being a perfect copy of Ginny. But the thing is, that's like it's like, why was that a perfect copy of Ginny? And that's mother-daughter, right? That's still different. That's not twin. And even in like the Vince Smoke thing, we don't know what, actually no, we've seen young Judge. He doesn't look like Sanji and them. And then they have the twins. So that's why it's like, okay, in the Vince Smoke angle, if they're looking alike like this, that could make sense. Different hairs, same character, they're probably twins, right? Those are the certain things that like make me see that. But like if you just looked at the Holy Knights themselves and you just look at like the timeline of it, I don't think like saying like a 25-year, if there's a kid 25 years and you add another 20 and Garling is 50 years older than him, I don't think it's that crazy to be like it's impossible that this is his dad. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right?
and I'm like I said, I think that's fair if you have that opinion. I just don't agree with it. But that if you want to have that theory, that's totally cool. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, not seeing it because of timeline. That's where I'm like, I'll hold on. That's kind of wild.
I still don't see. I mean, just even the appearance, I don't see it. Timeline, even wise, like I still don't see it.
And the other thing,
considering Shanks' age, I just don't see that happening.
That's interesting to me is last time, is it the last time Oda did something like this? Yeah.
And then usually whenever there's like a father figure, like Oda makes sure to denote that, oh yeah, you could tell that this guy's older as well.
So the last time Oda did something similar, I guess like in a similar vein of a character similar age, and he was just like playing around with like us, it was just like it was like the community ran with like, oh, this guy is Zoro's dad. And then it was just like, wait, is this guy Zoro's like brother or whatever? And then he's like, oh no, this is Zoro's uncle, right? And we had the Ryuma thing, and I'm like, okay, so like this, like at the time when Ushimaru looked like Zoro, he wasn't Zoro's age at all, but he made him look really similar to Zoro, to the point that people were like, wait, that's literally just Zoro. That's why I'm like, it is weird, and that is probably the most, besides I guess Ginny, Bonnie, but like that wasn't a switch up. I'm thinking the Zoro situation with Ushimaru. That's a situation where like we assumed, oh, this is just Zoro's like direct relative, and then Oda came up with a convoluted family tree. That whether that's necessary or not, that's one thing. But the point is that Oda was just like, oh, this is 50-year-old ish. He would probably be 50 when we saw him. Zoro uncle. That's not Zoro or his dad. Not a twin, not a clone, but he looks exactly like Zoro. To the point that people were like, yo, wait, that's literally just Ushimaru. Like, literally people on Wano were like, that's literally just him. No appearance difference besides the hair, right? And that's a situation where we see like a Vinsmoke, like different color hair, same face, but like Zoro right now is like 20 and Ushimaru was like 50. And this not looking older. And I know what you're saying, but about like different timeline. But what I'm saying is like Oda's done that. Like even the Olvia and Robin situation, Oda drew 28-year-old Robin. How old is Olvia when she died? Like 50? Literally perfect. But we'll do the whole like, oh, they're women, so Oda draws them the same way anyways. But Robin and Olvia very identical compared to Robin and Nami. All he did was just change the hair color, right? And they're vastly different ages, right? So that's why I'm like, oh, I don't really. Oda kind of has like a primrose kind of like until you're like 70 or something, you kind of just age into grace, especially for one of these important characters, right? So that's why I'm like, even when Oda showed the Straw Hats, they weren't like that much different at the 40 mark. They were at the 60 or 80 mark. But as far as this guy like looking different, like the main thing is the hair the longer hair, right? And that's where I'm like, okay, maybe it doesn't necessarily need to be a twin thing. And why are we latched onto that? Well, the community has had so many conversations about that. And we kind of assumed that Garling was just the dad, but like he could be the grandfather. And that was one of the instinctual things. It was like, oh, we don't know the difference. It could be that he's a lot older. And we don't necessarily know his age. Was it 38 years ago is when he looked like Shanks, right? Sort of. I mean, he had different hair still, but like, and we don't know how old he was there. That's like the main thing, right? He was already commander of the Holy Knights, like Shamrock here, but yeah, I mean, it is. That's why I'm just like, because when you're saying, right, as a content creator, you're saying you don't see the father thing, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, then the people are gonna be like, oh, this is impossible. This theory is stupid. You know what I mean?
No,
That's
but
like
here's the thing, though.
slope. Yeah.
The slippery slope doesn't exist. Well, it equals out because you believe it, though, right?
I mean, I'm just saying.
So you should equal
it's
out.
It's kind of like.
I don't believe it, but you believe it,
example?
and I think that's fair. I think that's fine. I just don't see it right now. I feel like there's not a lot to go off of to say like it's a thing.
No, I'm saying it more like wow, we had an example of this recently where you and I were both like oh, you know what? Actually, this is a good example. I would say, okay, how about this? Is it Shamrock being the dad of Shanks is more likely and not in the same vein as, and I'm saying this specifically because I think your response to what I'm about to say is similar to what you're saying right now, which is why I'm creating the separation, is Shamrock being Shanks' dad is more plausible and more possible than prior to this chapter, this guy being Shanks. Because some people still thought that this character was just Shanks. And your response to those people was very similar to what I'm saying right here about this guy being possibly Shanks' dad. And I'm saying that this is way more possible than me and you turning down like, oh, no, this is definitely 100% not Shanks. We just don't see it, right? But a lot of people thought that, and that's fine to have their theories. But I would argue that this is way different than that, is what I'm saying, right?
I feel, so for me, I believe that it was more possible for this character to be Shanks than this character to be Shanks' dad.
And that's what I was cluing in on, and that's where I completely disagree. And
that's fine. That's fine. If you want to believe this, I'm not going to argue against it. Like, I just don't see it, man.
No, but
I really don't. Like, you're not going to convince me all of a sudden.
It's not about convincing you. I'm just wondering, in what world did you think that this guy was Shanks? None,
I didn't.
Right?
None.
Exactly.
And
you're saying
even more
that
so, I don't see this. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out the logic behind it, because that's fascinating to me. I'm like, wait.
And it's fascinating that you believe it. But here's the thing,
Shanks and Shamrock
right now,
being in the same room is like
right now, Par. Right now, you don't even think that this is Shanks' dad. You say there's more possibility.
I think that's
that this
way
is
more
Shanks'
possible
brother.
than this guy having ever been Shanks.
And
Ever
that's
since
fine.
we saw
It's
this on
two
Elbaph.
well, that's two different theories, though. Like, it's hard to compare them. I get what you're doing, but like I said, we could just drop it, man. Like, you believe in this, that's fair. I'm not gonna try to like go against it, man.
No, I'm fine. No, the thing is, you disagreeing is fine. I'm trying to understand, because you had way more input onto why this wasn't Shanks versus why this isn't possibly Shanks' dad. And if it's just the timeline, that's where I'm like, wait, what? How do we agree on the Shanks not being Shanks part in the same way, but we miss on the thing? That's where I'm like, wait, I want to know that more. That's where I'm like, wait, how do we? Because then it's not just talking to you; it's talking to other people, right? It's like, wait, like, am I missing something? Like, is the
so for
timeline
Shanks,
that
right?
wild? Yeah.
For Shanks, at least Oda
Yeah.
was hiding the face, right? Like, so people had something to go off of, like, oh, we don't see the scar, the arm, there's an elbow, but maybe it was just like the cloak. People had their copes for that, right? And it was things that we didn't really see yet. But for this character, we can see that he looks like Shanks, and we could possibly tell his age just by looking at him. And I feel like by looking at him and having that direct, thing with it, I feel like that's enough to say, like, yeah, this isn't Shanks' dad.
Okay.
Whereas for is Stabs actually Shanks or is Shamrock actually Shanks? Like, Oda at least left it ambiguous. In my opinion, I don't think this is as ambiguous as that.
So
that is
you're
why.
saying the age of this character is not as ambiguous because he looks that similar to Shanks.
Yes.
Okay.
Which you disagree with, and I think that's fine. Like I said, we just have that disagreement. There's nothing wrong with that.
And so prior to this chapter,
yes,
with the Shanks, what's it called? The cope of this being still Shanks, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we had like context, like Marineford and all these other things that completely blew that out of the water. That's why I'm not like it. Like, we talked about the Sengoku conversation and Shanks being, it'd be so weird if the red-haired pirates showed up with this guy there. That's why I'm like, wait, that's not even close. We had way more evidence that this was not the same. There's no way Shanks teleporting from his own ship.
We can at least suspend disbelief and cook up wacky theories. But for this one, I can't cook up a wacky theory to say that this is Shanks' dad.
Those are not wacky theories. Because you had very concrete pushback on this guy could not be Shanks because his crew, his position in the story, where he was, like, just various other things, right? Before this chapter.
And then for this one part, the timeline just doesn't make sense. The way the character looks doesn't make sense too. And that's so fascinating. It's hard to grasp, but at the same time, for me, it's logical. And you're not going to change that, Par. That's just how it is.
No, I don't want to change it. I want to understand it. That's why. Because, like, to me, like, I'm just having a disconnect. Like, that's wild when we have other characters that follow the same thing. That's like, wait, like, some characters are just way older and they don't even look that old, and then some characters are way younger and they look
I could disagree with you on that too.
That's like, so interesting.
That's just how it is.
Yeah, like, how old is Olvia? Like, I want to know how old Olvia was. Because only difference, right, was just the hair color, but she looked identical. Right?
No, like, she looked older, more so than the hair color.
Okay, so
face.
she's not that old. She's not that old, actually.
Yeah,
so she's a character that looks just as white hair. She's 33. So Robin's what, 23? Or no, is Robin older now? Is Robin older?
Robin might be older.
Yeah, Robin's older now. So and that's a crazy one because Oda just changed the hair, and it's like Robin already. It's like, it's very interesting with how we have, like, other things where the voice actor lines up. It's the mother, father, or mother, daughter, that kind of thing. And then turns out the voice actor, I think the voice actor one's more like moot for me because of the time frame. Because, like, it was so long ago. But it is interesting. It is interesting. Because, like, I'm like, I think if I were to put a number on it, because you asked me how much I would bet on it. So when we first saw Robin, right now she's 30, and Olvia was 33, so she was a little bit older. But if you were to ask me to put like probability on it, I could see like 20%. I could see like a solid 20%, and I'm willing to wait to see how much more we get of like dialogue differences, all this stuff. Like he's like what Sandman said, he's a little bit more polite, which is interesting. Wait, what did Sandman say specifically
Formal.
about how he speaks more normal?
Formal.
Formal. Yeah, which makes sense because Shanks wasn't even raised by, Holy Knights. He was raised by Roger. So, like, that's a very interesting connection. We don't know what happened to Shanks after Roger with, West Blue slash Holy Knights slash even if he has a connection to the world government. But yeah, this, yeah, I mean, we'll find out, I guess. It's
Yeah.
going to be interesting with, how old do you think Gunko is?
I'd say mid to late 20s, if I had to guess.
Mid to late 20s. So do you think that, so like, okay, here's another question then. This is Holy Knight related. Do you think that, because Figarland's way older, right? That's kind of our understanding. And then mid 20s, or Shanks is 39, this guy's 39. Do you think he's the oldest Holy Knight?
This guy? No.
Or do you think there's going to be more older than him?
I think there's going to be more older.
Okay. Now,
Because
separate.
God Valley's a thing, and then there could have been some of them who stayed as a part of the Holy Knights still.
Right. Okay. And now, separate to that, do you think that some of those Holy Knights have kids that we know?
Possibly.
That's where it is interesting. But how old what's his face? Dragon is 50 something, right? 59-ish, probably.
Dragon, yeah.
Dragon's like, let's double check this. Dragon's like 59. One Piece. Just want to see this. And then because I was thinking it would be interesting because like do you think Dragon's gonna face Garling or Shamrock?
Dragon.
Yeah, because
I
they're
don't
supposed to
know.
be Revs versus Holy Knights. Yeah, that's another part that I was like, with the
Yeah, I don't know who they're gonna fight.
It would, like, it makes sense that you face the Shanks looking character, but it'd also make sense if you fought the Supreme Commander of the Holy Knights, Garland.
But it would also make sense if they didn't fight the Holy Knights at all.
Wait, why? The Revs not fighting the Holy Knights at all, even though they said that was their main antagonist?
They didn't say it was their main antagonist. They just said that they're gonna make their move when the Holy Knights make their move. Like maybe they just wanted them out of Marie Joie.
He said that a real war starts when the Holy Knights mobilize, right? That's like yeah.
So they could just be waiting for an empty house. Because so some people are saying that the Revs could come here to Elbaph, and I could see that too. Maybe they do want to exterminate the Holy Knights first, but it could just be that their mission will be easier if the Holy Knights just aren't there, if they're not home.
Okay.
So they want them to mobilize and just get out of there.
Do you think that there's a Rev on Elbaph that can inform them?
Could be Colin's dad. Could be Scopper turned Rev.
Yeah.
We know that Rayleigh had connections with the Amazon Lily. It would be super crazy if maybe Scopper had connections with the Revs afterwards. Because they do know the truth of the world, so maybe that's how they got some of their information. Or maybe that's what Scopper offers to the group. If it is Scopper, I mean, it could be somebody else too.
Yeah, it could definitely. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of different options here.
Do you think, what kind of powers do you think Shamrock has right now? Like, where do you fall?
I mean, I think if you remember a very old theory, I mean, his name, I don't want to talk about it too much because it's more of a rabbit hole than figuring out like if he's the twin or father. But you made a video on it. I talked to like Zonin. I talked with you about it a long time ago regarding the name Shamrock. I think one of my viewers said like, okay, now with Shamrock we can put Garling Shanks in the same umbrella. And all I'll say on that is like, if that's the case, then it's not like, I don't think it's Devil Fruit power. I don't think Oda gave him Devil Fruit. That might be a reason why he's a world noble and a saint and Gunko's not. Like, the people who have devil fruits consistently are not holy knights or not Holy Knights, Celestial Dragons or Saints. Doflamingo is a kind of a good example of like a guy who probably would have fit back in, but then they didn't. And was it because he had a devil fruit, or was it because he was tainted by homing? But he had a devil fruit, doesn't have a saint title, is a celestial dragon. Bonnie has a celestial dragon blood, but isn't considered one, but sort of has a devil fruit, but also was an experiment. Gunko has a devil fruit, is a holy knight, not a saint, so maybe it is there. Shamrock, think he's just gonna be a swordsman. Yeah, it's interesting. Given his name, not his name, yeah, his name, I guess. Like maybe there's something plant related. I don't know, but it could. But then the other route is like Oda's like Shamrock, symbol of like Ireland. So it's like, what he's doing with Irish here, which I've talked about in the past in a few videos. I think Godfather Shanks was one, but then Zoro, I had a Zoro video talking about like European swordsmen. And then I think there's one other video about like Ireland in scope of all that. But as far as him, like I feel like it's.
I feel like Emu powers would make more sense than a devil fruit because of the whole like how celestial dragons feel about devil fruits. So that's kind of where I fall right now.
But here's the other question is it just the Gorosei that get the Emu powers, or is the Holy Knights?
I feel like the Holy Knights.
Yeah, I feel like Holy Knights also makes sense, especially if we separate out the theoretical part that Gunko was at Marriage Raw, and just maybe she wasn't. And Emu, I've talked about this idea. I think a lot of people have that Emu and Blackbeard, but Emu could be a character that is like a shonen stereotype that just is the end state villain with all of the powers.
Yeah.
Especially all of the powers that the main character has faced all in one, which is like it's overdone, but also can be done cool sometimes. So I like it when there's times when it's done really cool, and times when it's done really meaningful. But in this case, like Emu giving powers to Holy Knights, I guess I'd wonder what's the separation between a Holy Knight and Gorosei then? Like, does Garland get like a promotion in power now? Does he get the regeneration? Do the Holy Knights not get the regeneration, and then the Gorosei do? Is that the separation? I would honestly argue that the Holy Knights, if that's the case, right? Like, I would argue if the Holy Knights are separate from Emu's powers, that's actually a buff for them. In the sense that primes them up for them having a traitor or like a character not in line. Kind of like Garp. Like Garp stays a vice admiral because admirals are so tied to the celestial dragons and Gorosei that like his entire job is either protecting or direct orders, like Kizaru was on Sabo, Odi, and Egghead. And Garp stays as a vice admiral, though lower rank and though lower everything else, because he has more autonomy. And that's the one thing about the Gorosei is that they're kind of like, me personally, I don't think I would want to ever become a Gorosei knowing the Gorosei's thing, because then you could just end up as Saturn, right? I'm a very free-spirited thing, and it's like the Saturn made his own decisions and he was insta-killed. No conversations, done. I don't know if I'd ever let myself be there, you know what I mean? I would rather be at the vice admiral position, or if the Holy Knights are separate from Emu, then the Emu or the Holy Knight position. And I'm saying that because it's possible that one of the Holy Knights is more like a Garp character. They know and they stay at this rank, and it's curious. Maybe our assumptions that this guy is the evil Shanks or bad Shanks or Holy Knights Shanks. It might not be. It might be that him and Shanks are in line. Could be that that's the case. He's just playing on the other side of the aisle. So. It's all interesting.
So, as far as him contacting Marie Joan, do you think he's going to bring the other God Knights here to Elbaph? Or maybe the Gorosei? Or is he just going to, like, see what to do? Where do you see him going with that?
Yeah, I don't know. And
because
I feel like
it seems like they're doubling down on the mission, right? Because he says the world government will bring them to a heel no matter what. So, it looks like they're not leaving.
Yeah, I don't think they're leaving. I think like the thing is like Gunko looking like Koala and like I don't know, just like the Holy Knights positioning with the Revs. Like I feel like I like the idea that the Revs come here,
Yeah.
but I feel like any call towards the world government, that's how the Revs come here. Like this call right here, it gets tapped. That's how we bring the Revs
Mm.
here. So, and the reason why I'm thinking that is because it might not be that the call is so important that like it's just Oda's way for the Revs to make their way. How else would they find out? Well, we need this guy to make a call. Is the call itself like so important? Probably not. Like it's probably going to be something trivial like, okay, Loki is not demanding. Yeah, what do we do? Like you said, like what do we do from here? But it's less so like Oda probably could have wrote this character more autonomous, not needing marriage law in the first place, but it's probably just a way for the Revs to wiretap and come here. If I were to say if there's something meaningful here, it'd be that he's obviously contacting his dad, or yeah, his dad, and his dad being like, "Oh, we need this for experimentation. Take his horns," or some shit like that, right? Like it could be something, like, "Hey, like, why did we need this guy in the first place? Do we really want him as a holy knight?" And then Garland's like, "Well, we don't really need him. As if he's not compliant, then we could just take his horns. How about that?" And then the Shamrock is like, "Bet." And then he takes the horns, right? It could be something like that, like similar how we're talking about King Harold. And then that would be a great implication of like the King Harold situation, where now we have a new Godhead of Science Defense in charge, and that new Godhead of Science has a new prerogative of like seemingly everything else that Shamrock had been doing with the Elbaph had been under the nose of Saturn, not Garling, right? Because if it's the Gorosei giving the commands, then boom, like you know what I mean? Like it feels like that would be the hierarchy, the messaging. I'm not necessarily sure. I don't even know if we know. I mean, we did get a weird like how do I say this, like professional relationship perspective of the Gorosei and the Supreme Commander of the Holy Knights. But that was like a job takeover situation. But we've never seen the Gorosei command the Holy Knights per se. They're kind of like yeah, and they're autonomous. So like the execution, that was Holy Knights. That wasn't the Gorosei. We don't even know how like Gorosei Commander of Holy Knights, like because Garland got promoted, it makes it seem like, oh, like this is higher, but we don't know how that relates to commanding the Holy Knights themselves, right? Is Shamrock like, this is one of those things too where like a character gets kind of like a double promotion, like they keep their old job and their new job. Like is Garling still the Supreme Commander of the Holy Knights, or is someone else that, or is Shamrock that?
I think it's Shamrock.
Right? So then it's like, okay, Supreme Commander of the Holy Knights. They just say Commander, but they gave in introduction they gave Garling Supreme Commander. In here, Commander. But in between that time, Supreme Commander got promoted to Gorosei. So we don't know if that changes his role, if he's still under just him or the Gorosei. But if it was anything meaningful, it just means that he's talking to his dad. It's probably for something like the horns, something special about Elbaph. I doubt it's like the wood.
The thing is with Garling too is that even though Garling is now a Gorosei, I bet he can still control the God Knights.
Yeah.
Like since he was previously Supreme Commander, or maybe like, you know, even just this guy's son or this guy's dad, like yeah, like if he gives an order, they're just gonna listen to it.
Yeah, that's kind of how corruption started in a lot of times in like not just European, but like when you had like a highly decorated person and you didn't absolve them of their previous role, so they have a whole separate command of like a very strong unit. I'm thinking Game of Thrones, which is funny with like the Night's Watch, and like you have a commander there, and then you also make him like King of the North, and then it's like, okay, he also commands like this wild unit, and then also this group, and then that's like ripe for like Usopp like taking over the throne, mutiny, that kind of a thing. Like if we don't absolve him of that control, it doesn't even matter because Shamrock is his son, right? That's like the nepotism, right? That's also how it's like, oh, I'm gonna become the Knight's Guard, so now my son is gonna take over the City Watch, And then it's like, is that really taking? No, he's still underneath his dad because it's, like.
And
the
it's a
same
beautiful
family.
system, Par.
Oh,
You gotta
Sai
love it.
showing,
You gotta
showing
love
why
it.
he loves incest and world government.
I love the world
procreation.
government, man.
Yeah. Keep it in the family. That's what Sai's about.
You know it.
Woo!
So now that they've kind of declared what their mission is, do you think they go up to the Sun Realm next chapter and fight giants, or do you think they're gonna play it more sneakily and just, take out key figures? Maybe they go up to the Heaven World, and that's how they get control of Elbaph. Like, what do you think their next move is?
Now that I know that this guy has 2 arms,
The world's the limit, dude. He could fight Mihawk. Maybe
Dude.
Mihawk comes here, bro.
dude, Shamrock kills Kaido. Why isn't that a thing?
Shamrock kills Kaido.
Yeah. Shamrock kills Rock. Shamrock kills Garp, Roger, Whitebeard. Shamrock with 2 arms. This is 2-armed Shanks. Twin, dad, whatever. That's Shanks.
Younger brother, even. Because Shamrock also means young Clover. So maybe he's a younger brother.
Perfect. It's double Shanks in my eyes. 2 arms means double the goon. Like, this guy all over the world. It's crazy. This guy, he could probably do you should I finish the sentence? Do you think he can chop down the Jewel Tree Atom single stroke?
Oh yeah. I feel like anybody could. I feel like we could.
No, but wait, hon, do you really think that anybody could?
No. I think high tier characters could.
I guess Zoro. One of the highest
Could
tiers.
Zoro cut down the Atom Tree? Given the size, the size is nothing. I mean, Zoro's cut crazy shit before.
The size is nothing? What do you mean?
I mean, the size is a lot, but it's it's the world of One Piece. We've seen crazy things.
Isn't
Zoro
this
cut down the
size?
tree?
Isn't this tree
no.
like the continent of Wano?
Yeah.
So you're saying Zoro can slice Wano off?
I don't think Zoro can cut Atom Wood.
Oh, that's a
yeah. You know what? Zoro can cut the size of a continent, but I don't think he can cut Atom Wood. I'll switch it up on you.
Wait.
I'll switch it up on you.
Wait. Are you saying that Frankie is a greater swordsman than Zoro? Because Frankie can cut Atom Wood.
Yeah, he can. Maybe Frankie's the true swordsman. I mean, he does have the V-Saber, right?
Sai's spitting right now. How did you remember that, Sai?
You know it, dude.
The V-Saber? That was lost to history.
You know it.
Dude,
so,
the V-Saber? Crazy.
Shamrock cutting down the tree. I don't... I feel like he could. I don't know. I mean, it depends. How many slices does he get?
Let's give him 3.
3 slices is a lot.
What did you again? There was 1 or 2, 3.
I thought you were gonna say 10 or 15. Like same with Zoro, right? If you give Zoro 100 cuts,
3?
I feel like he could.
Oh, you said isn't a lot. Oh, I thought you said is a lot. I was like, huh?
I feel like if you gave Zoro multiple cuts on this tree, he could do it. I feel like multiple attacks would work on the tree.
Okay, here's another question. Do you think Shamrock has Divine Departure?
Divine Departure? No. I mean, that's a Roger attack.
Yeah.
I feel like he has something equivalent to it, though.
What if
Roger
he pulls out
Garling most likely back at God Valley?
Oh,
or they had a run-in. So maybe they have opposing departures.
Okay, so then what's
departure.
The name? That's
still Divine.
What do you think for Garland's primary move that clashed with Divine Departure?
I feel like it's just gonna be a bunch of heavenly attacks, to be honest.
Heavenly Crescent Strike. Something
maybe
that, right?
Divine Arrival.
Divine Arrival. Oh. Wait, which came first? So Roger. Oh, do you think Roger named his move after? He's like, if you're the start, I'm the end.
Yeah.
And
that's kind of how I view it. Maybe Garling used the move first, Divine Arrival. And then Roger was like, yeah, I'm putting an end to that. Divine Departure. Done.
Oh, no. Sai, that might be your greatest theory of all time. That's so good.
I mean, we can even switch it up, too. It doesn't have to be divine. It can also be just heavenly or godly arrival.
Yeah. I like heavenly.
Yeah.
like heavenly arrival, divine departure. Whoa.
Yeah, and he learned it from Garling. I feel like that
Yeah,
makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah. Oh my God, this is amazing. Do you think that Shamrock, like we see one sword, but
Yeah.
do you think that he dual wields? Because like I think you know this. Two sword style is greater than one sword style. Three sword style is greater than two sword style. So given he has two arms, do you think this guy has two sword style? Heavenly arrival?
No. One
Oh,
sword style.
damn,
And I
damn,
also think he
damn.
only uses one hand for the sword as well.
What does his other hand do?
I feel like a different power. I feel like he's gonna be a magical swordsman.
So do you think he's gonna have a Harry Potter stick on the other hand?
No, no, no. Like imagine a good example would be like The Witcher. Like
Okay.
one hand's a sword, the next hand's like it shoots fire or something. I'm not saying he shoots fire, but like, it's just something of the sort. Like he'll have a different
Conjure.
power. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, interesting, interesting. Do you think are they gonna have to do incantations?
Nah. I don't think so.
I like incantations.
Me too. I think incantations are cool, especially when they like
Yeah.
have to draw like the circles and stuff.
Yeah, because then we're gonna run to the problem in the One Piece world where like a character does like some crazy magical move, and if there's no incantation, people are like, it's a no named attack.
Oh my
You're
God.
saying this is stronger than Dawn Rifle?
Huh. Do you think that we're gonna get like the classic anime fantasy thing where like whenever he uses a magical ability, circles spawn in the sky, like, and then you see like circles pop up around his hand?
I think so. Oda likes that a lot.
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan.
I'm not gonna lie. All of Japan loves that, bro. I'm gonna generalize. All of Japan loves it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. But you know what? Oh wait, am I remembering this wrong? I think I liked it when Yu-Gi-Oh! I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Had a version of that where like the dark magician would come out of like a summoning circle or something like that. Or and the summoning circles, right? Like they had the
Yeah, but he didn't
they used
use
it kinda
like.
cool.
Yeah, but he didn't use like magic circles to attack though.
Wait, what was it? It cut out.
He didn't use magic circles to attack though.
That's true. It wasn't
Yeah.
magic circles. Yeah, yeah. The magician girl. Oh no, she just no wait. Didn't they do like the wand went in a circle and then they went whoosh, whoosh, and they made a star and then that star was the attack, or was that just their entrance?
I think that might have just been their entrance.
Damn, I'm forgetting. I gotta rewatch some Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I
Oh,
rewatched it like last year, so it's crazy I don't remember. Because like now you're saying this, I'm like, yeah, I could see that too, but
yeah.
because
yeah.
they just
Like,
use their staffs and they shoot like that magical ball.
yeah, yeah. They do that. That's what I'm wondering. Is Oda gonna make them use the sword to make like
That would be cool.
yeah, I like it that like I don't like that's weird. Like wand stuff is weird because like Harry Potter and then like other people's use the Harry Potter like wand motif way too hard and then they changed it and then the incantations and then Black Clover did like the book thing and I think some people had the wand. But I like it when the magical swordsman, I like it like that. Like that's sick. And that's also a cool thing too
That's
because
also in Yu-Gi-Oh.
yeah, that is also in Yu-Gi-Oh. And here's the other thing is like I always been like, fourth hockey, elemental hockey, and then when Shanks, yes, Shanks in Film Red came up with the flame sword, people are like, "Oh, that could be a magical sword." And this is before we knew that magic existed in One Piece. And it's like, "Okay, well, let's separate it. Maybe Shanks is using hockey like other people who conjure flames on it, and maybe this guy uses magic to do the same thing, and it's like two sides of the same coin." So it will be interesting to see how Oda kind of bounces off of the two. I've always thought about it like if magic were to ever come in One Piece, or even if science were to be elevated, it's going to mirror like a Devil Fruit stuff, which we got with Vegapunk. Like Vegapunk was creating tech that mirrored Devil Fruits. It was just a little bit shorter than what the Ancient Kingdom had reached. And so if we have magic now, I'd like it if he could do most of what Shanks can do. It's just a magic version of it. And then the strength is just like there too. I mean, obviously people are just like randomly insanely base strong. Like they're just like, yeah, you have a normal human that would die by being thrown through a building, but then as soon as they get like become a named character or a pirate, you could toss them to multiple buildings. They recover in a day. Like they're just superhuman all of a sudden. Like he's definitely that level of physically strong. Like I don't see him
I
as
like how
frail.
it's just, I just love how we look at him. We're like, yeah, he looks like Shanks. He's as strong as Shanks.
Yeah,
I just love that's the base connection.
That's minimal.
No, yeah,
Like,
it's got to be it. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking
The
at
question-
Shanks's sword right now, Griffin, and I'm looking at the anthropomorphized version of it that Oda drew, which is when Oda in the SBS will draw like the human version of swords, and they're always kind of ugly. Shanks's version is this old guy who's dressed as a court jester. Well, I'm assuming it's like court jester, and then he has like droopy hair.
Let me see this.
And
again.
his but his droopy hair, the reason I point out the droopy hair is because it kind of looks like it has like these points to it, and it just reminds me of Emu for a minute, like a sad celestial or something.
Okay, let's see it. You just type in Griffin One Piece anthropomorphized.
Just go in One Piece Griffin, click on the wiki, and then scroll all the way down. They have the SBS there.
All the way at the bottom.
Yeah. I just thought that's kind of interesting. Like, I wonder if we're gonna get like an anthropomorphized version of Shamrock's sword, and it's the opposite of this. Like the hair sticking up, the guy smiling, and be kind of goofy.
Hey, if you flip that guy's hair forwards, he'd make a lunar crescent.
Yeah, it would make Garling's hair.
Yeah, so maybe this is just
that little bulb could be a representation of Emu too. We're kind of looking too deep into like this silly drawing that Oda gave us, but I mean, Oda does the high things
meaningful.
in SBSs. Yeah,
it's meaningful because Kozuburo made
his
Wano,
debut in SBS.
And the debut was the anthropomorphized version of the Wado Ichimonji.
Yeah.
And then 2 years later, he brought up Kozuburo separately. He didn't draw him yet. He said like, "Oh, that's the old geezer that
he
we're talking
started
about,
in the
Kozuburo."
SBS.
And then the next time he showed us Kozuburo, and then he explained that Zoro, the sword, he made the sword, and then we got the manga showing us 1-to-1. This is that guy. This guy made that sword, etc., etc. So that's why looking at all these things is important. It might not always be important. Like Mihawk's sword, for example. Mihawk's sword, which is a very interesting one that Oda allowed. But the Yoru, some person was like, "Is this what the Mihawk sword looked like?" And he drew two like really epic looking girls that look nothing like One Piece characters. And then Oda drew like, for lack of better words, a memeified version of them. And it's like, yep, that's them. Haha. And this is the little sword too, and they're just like identical. So like, I don't know if that's gonna be meaningful. It could be, but at the end of the day, that was a reader's addition to the thing.
Essentially, like SBSs are very 50-50.
Yeah, which it's 50-50, but also like there's a clear ones with like the vice admiral candidates, right? Or the admiral candidates. That was also like a reader kind of influence thing. He was like, "Oh, is this guy Brown Pig and this person that person?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's who these characters are," and something like that. So like, it's like, are those characters going to be meaningful? No. How do we know that? Well, they're not admirals, and they've never shown up as a vice admiral. Really, we didn't even really know their names in the manga. It was just the SBS, really. So
yeah.
But yeah, so I would imagine with Shanks' sword though, maybe this guy's meaningful.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah. Essentially, TLDR, just SBS's 50-50. You never know, but it's nice to see them. It really is.
Yeah.
So next chapter, what are you expecting though? Do you think we'll stay within Elbaph? Do you think Oda will cut away?
I mean, I imagine we start off with what is said to Mary Chua, right? Like what the message is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if that,
I
said, if that call is meaningful for movement, we're probably gonna see the thing is, Oda could do the obvious thing, or he could hide it, but he could show us like the Denden Mushi is like the black Denden Mushi, which means that they can't wiretap. He could emphasize that the Denden Mushi is not that, so it can be wiretapped, or he could just not show really the Denden Mushi call or whatever, and show dragons somehow, some way. And then we know like the revs are coming, right?
It would be cool if he could just do like telepathy too.
Yeah. You know what? Telepathy would be cool, but then he wouldn't say make, like, did he say make a call?
Yeah, he said make contact. Or he said,
so then
he told Gunko to make contact.
So then that's where I'm like, they're probably using Dead Nemushi, right? Because like if he could just, that's the, you know what, that is an annoying thing. If he's just talking to his dad, and he has telepathy, and he doesn't use it just to contact.
We don't
his
know if
dad,
he has
like,
telepathy yet, though. Like
Yeah,
we saw
we
the
don't.
Gorosei have it, but it would be cool. Maybe that's like another distinction too. Like when you become a Gorosei member, you have telepathy. Like that's the promotion.
Imagine Garling being annoyed. Like, god damn it. All my thoughts are being read out now. That's crazy. See, that's not me.
Yeah,
It's
you
a
can't
nerf.
goon in peace, bro.
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
You can't-
Sai,
you
of
can't
course
goon
you
in
think of
peace.
that first. You're so right. You're so right. Speaking for all of mankind.
Yeah, you guys know it.
Yeah, right hand best friend, left hand.
I mean, Gunko, man, what do those arms do? You know, she got like giant hands. You see that?
And it might be nubs.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what an arrow feels like. We don't know. We don't know.
So we can ask Sabo.
We could, yeah, we'll ask him, how does it feel inside? So we could also see the guy off the coast, maybe calling his dad, running into these guys. Last we saw,
Like how
there was a dude just kind of like walking. Yeah, we see that every chapter. I mean, but it's possible. I mean, he
What's
is
happening
a
next
thing.
chapter? Hopefully the guy that we saw. at the
Dude,
very
that's how it
beginning-
is, man. Like, I forgot what it was, but you know, sometimes, which you know, granted, not everybody watches all these videos or like every single video we put out. But like the one day I don't mention something, someone's like, Sai, like why did you forget this? Or like, why do all YouTubers forget this today? I'm like, guys, we talked about this like last week. I just didn't want to bring it up again. Like they talked about the Shamrock thing. Like, oh, like could Shamrock be the guy that Whitebeard was talking about? Why does everybody forget that? He says that his face reminds him of somebody. It's like we didn't forget. It's just like it's one of those things like you talk about it like so much
Yeah.
that you just don't bring it up the next week.
Yeah, I mean, eventually
You just
we
kind of
have
assume like everybody's on the same page.
Okay, how about this? This is more interesting than like that. Actually, we have to back up.
What's up?
Colin's dad and Guy off the coast. Do you feel strongly that they're separate people or that they're the same people?
I feel like it's the same person.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like it's
okay.
the same person.
Same person. Damn. Wait. So then, and then you feel strongly that that guy's Scopper.
Yeah, if I had to put a name behind it, I would say Scopper.
I was gonna say, if you think it's Scopper, then do you think it's separate?
What do you mean?
Is it like so you think it's more likely that the guy off the coast and Colin's dad are the same person? But
Yeah.
if the guy off the coast is Scopper, do you think it's more likely that that Colin's dad is a separate person?
Oh,
Or
I think
more
it's the
likely
same
that-
person.
Okay.
Because
okay,
Scopper
same
kind of
thing.
fits the description of being able to like, you know, intimidate the giants, and it just fits. The outfit can also fit as well. I feel like there's things going for that being all true. And then that's why I would like it if that person runs into the Holy Knights or the God Knights here. Because
yeah.
if it's Scopper or even Shiki, right? People still like the Shiki idea. They were at God Valley, right? They've seen the God Knights before. Of course, like the older generation. So I think it'd be cool if they ran into him here. Like imagine he's like, hey, the world government will bring them to a heel no matter what. And then Scopper shows up and then he acts like a Rayleigh. And then they're like, we'll do it tomorrow. Which would be kind of lame. I feel like they would lose so much aura, so hopefully that doesn't happen, but yeah.
I mean, here's the thing though. Whoever it is, whoever Colin's dad is, it doesn't matter if it's Scopper or not. There's Scopper aura level, right? Like
Yeah.
it's Shiki aura level, right? Like at the end of the day, they are on the tier of playing that Rayleigh role. So it doesn't matter if it's Scopper or Shiki. They have, I think whoever it is does have,
And they
the
know
pull to-
Crocus.
Yeah. So like,
Yeah, they've
Scopper,
seen Crocus. They're of that old gen.
at least for, well, not Colin's dad, but like the guy off the coast.
Oh, yeah, guy off the coast. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's where it's like, is it the same person? Is it not the same person? Well, they said that the person was on the heaven realm. We saw the guy off the coast on the underworld realm. It's like the guy could have moved, and Makino 2.0 could have just known that. Like there's all these things. But okay, how about this? In a world where actually no, it's still relevant in the scope of, because we can probably find out that these people. Like, we can find out who Khan's dad is and who the guy off the coast is separately, and then find out that they're one and the same. So then my question still stands. Do you think that we're going to get Mosa, Khan's dad reveal, or guy off the coast reveal in what order? Like, which one do you think we're gonna get first?
I say Man Off the Coast, Colin's dad, Mosa.
Oh, okay. So like, and if it's
they're
the
not,
man off
if
the,
they're different people.
and if it's Man Off the Coast, I'm assuming the reason why you're saying that because he's gonna, that would be like an intervention type of thing, and so we don't get like Colin here to be like, that's my dad, you know, like we don't get that
exactly.
Yeah. And so
And
then
the reason I
later
put him
on,
first is because obviously he's in the underworld, walking
yeah.
by all the animals.
So then, okay, and then like, oh damn, like, whew. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be sick. The only other thing I think that kind of threw me off was, didn't we have this silhouette of the guy? Like, it was in the Louis Arnott like message, and the guy was like kind of like hunched over. He didn't really look that strong, right? Wasn't it like chapter 1133? I think it was 1133, probably. Let me try and find it.
Maybe.
It was like the one with the bear. Like we saw the random bear, and then the guy was like at the bottom of the page, like super random.
Well, yeah, I can't. Yeah, he's a little bit hunched over. I don't think that is a bad thing, though.
Like, do you think, like, because Rayleigh's older, and I don't even think he would look like that in like silhouette. But, like Scopper, does Scopper look like that? You know what I mean?
Maybe,
like,
dude. Years of gaming,
yeah,
dude. League of Legends. It'll do it to you.
Do you think? But like, do you think that guy, like, if he's older and like hunched over, and Shamrock gets countered, I don't even know what the word would be, like just countered by like an old hunched over guy, do you think that extra loses aura for Shamrock, and Shamrock's like, yeah, tomorrow?
If Shamrock leaves, yeah, but if they clash, I think that's no big deal.
Got it.
If it's like an
but
old
like he can't
generation
push
pirate,
back this guy. Like, what if he can't push him back?
that'll be a little bit sad.
Yeah.
Unless Shamrock hits him with the Blackbeard line, or I mean, unless this guy hits us with the Rayleigh line. Sorry, I got it mixed up. But Rayleigh's like, yep, I would have lost.
Oh, what if it's one and the same? Like, what if that's the guy off the coast and the bear is just Colin's dad wearing like a bear outfit?
Well, with that being said, though, guys, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate y'all for staying all 4 hours. Thank you to Par as per usual. And yeah, excited. No break next week. Kind of crazy. 3 chapters in a row. Isn't that weird? It's been so long, dude.
New. Yeah.
We don't get this that often, so hopefully Oda keeps on keeping on. Imagine we don't even get a 4th week break. That would be insane.
Yeah.
That would be unheard of, really.
It would be.
But thank you again, Par, for being here, and we will catch you guys next week.